round one in the books, but now the points begin towards the $25,000 championship check. Downtown Putnamville, Indiana, at Lincoln Park Speedway. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to tonight's presentation of the United States Auto Club featuring the USAC Amsoil Sprint Car National Championship. NOS Energy Drink Indiana Sprint Week presented by K&N Filters, starting off with an absolute banger last night at the dirt track at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where Justin Graham picks up his 100th overall USAC national win. Not only to get 100, but to do it at somewhere like Indianapolis Motor Speedway, it just, to me, is such a storybook of how that could have played out.
It's kind of like it's giving fairy tale,
yes.
Right? So not only does he get his 100th USAC national victory across all three divisions, he does it at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in front of a completely packed grandstand during Brickyard Weekend, during Indiana Sprint Week. It just doesn't get more sentimental than that.
And looking tonight, I mean, these pits are, we're just looking at one row right here. There's 4 rows of cars. It is unprecedented the number of cars we're seeing here tonight, and they're still rolling in right now as we're doing this. It's amazing the talent that we're going to have here tonight. Yeah,
and the talent that we'll have and the different challenges that it will present for each and every driver. We will not exceed 5 heat races. So that means that with 70-some cars, we're going to have upwards of, I'm not good at math, I don't know, 12 to 13 cars in every heat race. So
we're late model heat race territory right now, where you start seeing those 12, 13, 14 car heat races. So every position is going to count so much here tonight. And what's crazy, when they redid the format, some of the provisions, this was accounted for, was going to this kind of car number and thinking, I mean, this is the absolute max. Well, just like we've seen, USAC is still very much alive and is still very strong.
Still very alive and well, and Lincoln Park Speedway does have a tendency to pull higher car counts than some other racetracks. People just really like this place. They have a great local scene here as well. So Shane Cottle leads the local points with Lincoln Park Speedway. He's in the house tonight, had a great run last night at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as well.
Was not a fan of the infield tires.
Typically he's not, and we've heard him be colorful about that in the past, but that's neither here nor there.
Looking at some of the talent here tonight, one of the drivers that he was having some struggles last night, and of course that's the driver, the number 19. Very unusual to see Mitchell kind of spin on his own like that, but you had a chance to talk to him a little while ago and he kind of explained what was going on there.
Yeah, Mitchell Moles was able to catch up with us in the pits before we got going here tonight. So a rough start to NOS Energy Drink Indiana Sprint Week presented by K&N Filters for Mitchell Moles and the Ryan Bolt Underwood team as a whole. You guys had some mechanical troubles last night. What was going on?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like on Hayden's side, it was definitely, they were fighting some engine issues and stuff like that. They were struggling to keep the thing running. I don't know really what was going on. I had a lot going on as well. But mine was good. Just didn't qualify as well as I anticipated. Didn't get a very good lap when I got passed before we went green by some other guys that want to get going while I'm waiting for somebody to go. But yeah, I stalled it there and got into the fence on the second lap of the heat race. That definitely doesn't help. And just tried to salvage what I had, and the right front tire was getting into the radius rods and just causing it to spin out. I could barely turn the thing. So after I spun out once and then I spun out again, I said, yeah, it's probably time to call it, go back and fix it. And then it's just an uphill battle from there all night. I think if you look at that, it's really not that bad of a night, going from winning the C from 11th to 2nd in the B, and transferring. I think I was near the top 10, if not in the top 10 there, before I just misjudged it, and I was probably going to kill the guy on the outside of me, so I just decided to slow her down and spun it out. Not ideal start, but I really do struggle on those small racetracks, and I don't know. I just hopefully it's a little better. I drew the 74 tonight, so that's not a killer draw, but I think there's like 71 cars, so it's probably going to fall off a little bit if I assume, but we'll do the best we can.
Obviously, you're a winner here at Lincoln Park Speedway during Indiana Sprint Week. Does it feel good to come into a place with Indiana Sprint Week points actually beginning tonight, to come to a place that you've had success in the past?
Feels good to go anywhere that's paying $10,000. I love money, like I said, and we just got to focus on getting our car good. And I think we just missed it a little bit last night. As a whole, me as a driver made some mistakes, and like I said, these guys are good. You can't have little mistakes like that, and especially ones that allow you to DNF. When you do that, it's killer, because you can't get back out there and defend your spot. So I'm excited to be here. Yeah, this place is great. It packs. We have a ton of race cars. It always brings a great crowd, and like I said, it's going to be an uphill battle drawing a 74 pill, but we'll go see what we can do in qualifying and just fight back.
The horse persists, but so does he. That's Mitchell Moles. He's got a bunch of wins with the AMSOIL USAC National Sprint Car Series so far in 2026 as we kick off NOS Energy Drink Indiana Sprint Week presented by K&N Filters here for points at Lincoln Park Speedway.
So Mitchell looking for a little bit of a rebound here tonight. Another driver you had a chance to talk to. He's been away. He's been tanning. No, he's been educating. Bo Brandon.
He's been doing a lot of things, and I didn't ask him about the cheese scene in Italy, and I should have. I'm not a wine drinker, so I'm not really interested in that.
And that's fine, because, you know, the cheese, I'm out.
You don't like cheese?
I'm not a fan.
Well, regardless, there's a lot of drivers in the pits here.
The internet is going to blow up now,
who most likely do. Yeah, you're going to get hate mail for that.
It happens. But it's good to see him back in the States. Good to see him back behind the wheel of a car. We saw him in action a little bit earlier this year. Back here tonight, and we'll see how he does. You had a chance to catch up with him. Let's get to it.
Bo Brandon returns to USAC National Sprint Car Competition after a few months studying abroad in Italy. Bo, what did you learn over there that can help you over here?
Gosh, I don't know. There's a lot of culture over there, and I guess I can kind of relate that to the culture here in the pits. Learned a lot about a lot of different topics, but I got to check out some pretty neat stuff with. They used to do a bunch of old chariot racing over there about 2,000 years ago, so I got to go check that out and learn a little bit more about that. But yeah, it was overall a great experience, and just glad to be back and back at the track.
Okay, can you impart some wisdom for me on the chariot racing? Because I'm missing the boat on that. So.
Honestly, like it was kind of like a long Paragon Speedway. It was like paperclip, huge straightaways. I think they ran like 8 laps or whatever, and back then they didn't really have much protection. They crashed into each other, get hurt, so I'm glad that we got a little bit more safety now. But yeah, super cool stuff.
You said you've had about 10 races between returning from Italy and being with us during the start of NOS Energy Drink Indiana Sprint Week presented by K&N Filters. How have things been going? How comfortable are you feeling coming into Sprint Week?
I'm getting there. The first couple nights were kind of rough. We got in trouble 2 out of the 3 first races. Now we got 2 top 10s, and this is a new car this year, so we had to figure it out a little bit, and we're starting to get there, I feel like, and you know, it helps running against these guys. I mean, there's probably like 70 cars here tonight, so it's a test to our speed and stuff, but I've got AJ Anderson and my dad and the Hoyers over here that help us out, and a bunch of people back home that's just helped it improve race after race, so I'm excited.
Well, they've got a good setup here as we head into night number 2 of NOS Energy Drink Indiana Sprint Week presented by K&N Filters. We'll be right back on FloRacing. Don't go anywhere.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
The new Dirt Draft app, faster, sharper, built to win. New lock windows and predictive contests. More ways to play, more ways to win. Lock in your drivers, watch the action, and become a fantasy champion. Every lap, every restart, every last lap slide job that moves you up the leaderboard. The green flag just dropped on the all-new Dirt Draft. Download it now at dirtdraft.com. Draft your team and get in the race.
Something has awakened. The horsepower and torque you always knew was there, just waiting to make every drive thrilling. Track tested, off-road proven, performance for everything you drive. Drive better with K&N.
Get ready for new Kias with 0% financing at Lou Fuse Kia Evansville. The Ready, Set, Drive sales event is happening now. Get ready for big savings on new K4s, only $169 a month. You're set with Sorrentos, just $279 a month or 0% financing. Drive home Tellurides, now $299 a month or 0%. At Lou Fuse Kia Evansville, home of the 200,000-mile warranty. Lou Fuse, we are family.
P1 Australia Racing Components, sprint cars, midgets, and micros, specializing in engine heaters, oil heat mats, stainless headers, and black titanium. World headquarters in Indianapolis and also serving New Zealand and Australia. P1 ships daily. Visit our website at p1australia.com. P1 Australia Racing Components. For pricing, info, and more, slide into our Facebook and Instagram.
Gas prices keep rising, and fuel economy matters more than ever. Meet Fuel Joules, the only time-release fuel additive on the market. It can increase fuel economy by up to 7% that lasts up to 6,000 miles. It cleans and lubricates while restoring power and performance. Plus, every bottle sold supports the National Breast Cancer Foundation, which is dedicated to supporting women now, like funding life-saving early detection screenings and so much more. Help save money and lives with Fuel Joules. Visit TrueBrandProducts.com to get your bottle today.
Welcome back to the broadcast here on FloRacing, live from Lincoln Park Speedway here in beautiful downtown Putnamville, Indiana, where an unprecedented 71 drivers have drawn in for today's racing action. The all-time record in Sprint Week competition. Previous to this, it had been 73 until Mother Nature intervened. Several years ago at the Terre Haute Action Track, and for 12-year-old Richie Murray and Kirk Spridgen, it was by far the most heartbreaking day of the year, but their patience rewarded here tonight with 71 drivers, now the all-time entry record in USAC sprint car competition in Sprint Week action, and it will become official once cars present out to the Speedway. Round 2 of the NOS Energy Drink Indiana Sprint Week presented by K&N Filters. Of course, yesterday greeted with an absolute dynamite feature event. Justin Grant going to victory lane. We talked about in the pre-race show his 100th overall USAC national event win. That is across Sprint Cars, Silver Crown, and NOS Energy Drink Midget competition. As you made your way into the grandstands, we hope you stopped by and checked out all the merchandise that is available. A quick note, if you have not picked up your Indiana Sprint Week t-shirt, over half the inventory is already gone, so make sure and get to the USAC merchandise trailer and get yours while your size and color is still available. You can also go to usacgear.com from the grandstands to secure your t-shirt. Of course, you have the United States Auto Club. You have Cale Coons, Logan Seavey, Mitchell Moles, Kevin Thomas Jr., Jake Swanson, C.J. Leary, Robert Ballou, Justin Grant, Kyle Cummins. Brady Bacon has an all-new lineup of Sprint Week shirts available. Lebanese even on the shirt this year, so make sure and grab that. Jaden Rogers, Hunter Schoenberg, Moose Racing with Chase Stockin, Ricky Lewis, Briggs Danner, a complimentary NOS energy drink awaiting you as you make your way up into the grandstand. Stop by the K&N booth as well. And, of course, K&N, the presenting sponsor of Indiana Sprint Week. Drivers starting to make their way out to the racing surface. Wheel pack and engine heat getting underway. Looking ahead on the schedule, once we get everybody on track and get the track rolled in, we're going to break into 7 groups of dirt draft hot laps. Out of that, Learn Lap qualifying 2 cars at a time will make their way out onto the Speedway. During qualifying green, the first time by the flag stand. 2 laps on the clock in order to establish your quick qualifying time. The quicker of the 2 laps counting towards your qualifying effort. Into heat races, 5 heat races on the card. Top 4 of each of the heat races will move on directly into the feature event. Positions 5th through 7th going into the semi-feature event. 8th through 10th into the C. And 11th on back. The D is going to be big tonight. The D main will be massive, potentially over 20 cars into the D main. Only 2 moving on out of that. And the alphabet run, we'll see if anybody potentially has what it takes to make their way up the ladder and into the show. Once the heat races are in the books, the D feature up on track. Of course, we'll take 2 up into the C, 4 from that into the semi-feature event, and then tonight's Feature event taking 4 out of the semi, 30 laps the distance, $10,000 to the winner. Here tonight, of course, all events in Sprint Week competition paying $10,000 win. That's a look at tonight's run of show. Now looking ahead on the schedule as we make our way through NOS Energy Drink Indiana Sprint Week presented by K&N Filters. Tomorrow we head up to Kokomo Speedway, Lawrenceburg on the 26th, Circle City on the 27th. 28th, that is open for a little bit of a breather or potentially if a race is affected by Mother Nature. Paragon Speedway is when things ramp back up on the 29th. Terre Haute Action Track, the Don Smith Classic, $10,000 win, $1,000 to start. The Smith family kicking in some money on the bottom side of the purse there, so bringing it up to $1,000 to start. Bloomington Speedway on the 31st and Tri-State Speedway, it all wraps up on August 1st. Somebody's walking away with a $25,000 champions check, and of course the Bridgeport Rocker. That is currently being constructed. It's in its final stages. We'll have that out on the road with us once it is ready to go. So make sure if you cannot make it to the events, you can find it all right here on FloRacing, the official live online broadcast provider of all 3 national touring divisions of the United States Auto Club. And when you get your subscription to FloRacing, that's not just the racing side of things. It's not a separate subscription from Flow Sports. It is all the same subscription, whether it's national or rather yearly or monthly on your subscription package. So not only do you get great racing like the United States Auto Club, the Interstate Battery High Limits, Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, and of course marquee events like the Hyper Racing Tulsa Shootout powered by NOS Energy, December 29th through January 3rd, or the Chili Bowl Nationals powered by NOS Energy, January 11th through the 16th. You also get all the sports you can imagine. So if you're a fan of hockey, they've got it. Bull riding, they've got that too. Wrestling, marching band, cycling, grappling, cheer, baseball, basketball, just about everything in between can all be found with your Flow Sports subscription. AMSOIL is the title sponsor of the USAC Sprint Car National Championship. The AMSOIL Shop by Vehicle tool at AMSOIL.com takes the guesswork into picking the best oil and filter combination for your vehicle. Choose the right product and packaging option and enjoy fast, free delivery right to your door. Go to AMSOIL.com to learn more. Another reason to stop by the USAC merchandise trailer: one, you want to make sure and get your Sprint Week t-shirt, but also you can sign up to be tonight's AMSOIL Inside the Oval winner. If your name is chosen, you and a guest of your choice get a prize pack. You get to ride in the pace truck at the start of the feature event and the opportunity of a lifetime to watch tonight's USAC Sprint Car feature from the infield. High-performance racing demands high-performance energy with NOS Energy, fueling USAC's fastest drivers and fans all season long. Grab yours at the NOS Energy sampling booth and get after it. If you're sitting in the stands under green flag conditions wondering what's being said on the broadcast, you can find out when you bring your scanner and tune into frequency 454.5000. Need a scanner? Go to racingelectronics.com. As cars continue to make their way out into the racing surface, once the track gets ironed in, one by one, the officials will start sending the drivers back into the pit area. We'll whittle it down until we get into Dirt Draft Hot Lap Session number 1. Dirt Draft. Doing a little bit of revamping here. Of course, the leagues are still in play, but they've kind of swapped a few things around. We'll talk about that here. Make sure and download the Dirt Draft app. Again, there is incentive there for new and reactivating subscribers. You get that $10 discount code for the Hoosier Tire merchandise store. But also, they have rolled out a whole new thing, and this actually kicked off on Wednesday. And it's a brand new Dirt Draft Cup leaderboard. Now, from here on, every Monday, that's going to reset. So instead of it being a year-long battle, now it's a week-long sprint, so it gives you a chance every week to climb to the top of the Dirt Draft Cup Championship. Every race matters. One good night will launch you to the top. One bad night is just like racing, going to send you right back down to the bottom. The weekly league champions take home exclusive Dirt Draft Cup trophies. Top 3 finishers in pro, veteran, and rookie leagues earn promo codes for free industry products. 4th through 50th still earn points on Dirt Draft Speed Shop, points to redeem for prizes and merchandise. So download the Dirt Draft app or head to dirtdraft.com. So again, as drivers come out, make a few laps, officials will go ahead and send them back into the pit area. Sunoco is the world's largest manufacturer of racing fuels and has been the standard in motorsports for over 50 years. Known for innovation, consistency, and high performance, Sunoco Fuels has been the choice of racers from grassroots tracks to premier international series. Learn more at SunocoRaceFuels.com. Hoosier Tire's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of racing tires to teams domestically and internationally. For more information on the tires designed for champions, go online to HoosierTire.com. Kicking off yesterday and going all the way through Indiana Sprint Week, the 50-50 to benefit Race Aid is going on right now. The online 50-50 raffle here on the broadcast. You can scan the QR code if you're sitting in the grandstands. You can go to raceaid.fund/5050. Raceaid.fund, and it's numeral 5050. So raceaid.fund/5050. And you must be located inside the state of Indiana in order to participate. If you've ever done the 50-50 at the Chili Bowl Nationals or at Eldora, it's the same company that does both of those. So it is still, you have to have location services on, so it has to be able to tell where you're at in order to participate. You must be 18 years or older to participate. You must be inside the state of Indiana at the time of purchase. Void where prohibited. This is conducted by the United States Auto Club, USAC, Raceaid, an Indiana 501c3 public charity. And again, nearly 100%, as close to 100% as we can possibly get of all proceeds that come into Raceaid go back, and this is going to help drivers, crew members, officials, families, people with ties to USAC that find themselves in a time of need, whether it's hospital bills, a car accident, something that happens on track, tornado damage, their house starts on fire. That's where Raceaid comes in and really helps and is able to keep families afloat and help them get back on their feet. Right now, it is over $2,000 with the winner's share, a little over $1,000 right now. But again, make sure to scan the QR code here on the broadcast. If you're sitting in the stands, raceaid.fund/5050. Talked about K&N Filters being on site. Make sure and stop by and chat with them. K&N Filters also presenting the K&N Clean Air Award throughout the 2026 season, presented to the driver who leads the most laps during each USAC National A-Feature event. The award is designed to recognize sustained performance at the front of the field where engine efficiency, reliability, and meticulous preparation are at a premium. Shop for your vehicle and your home at knfilters.com. Whether it's their original store in Warsaw or right in the heart of racing at their new location in Brownsburg, Indiana, Elliott's Custom Trailers and Carts has what you're looking for. Shop their full inventory of Intech, Featherlight, ATC, Hallmark, Illumitech, and EasyGo golf carts. Shop in person or online at elliott'scustomtrailers.com. That's Elliott's Custom Trailers and Carts, where you're always a winner. K1 Race Gear is proud to be one of the very few companies to outfit any driver, from kids at K1 Speed to USAC champions. With priorities on safety, quality, and comfort, K1 Race Gear ensures that every driver feels confident and prepared to pursue their racing dreams. Problems for the 8 of Clark here, as he has turned it down just about getting all the way through the billboards here on the front straightaway. Officials down tending to him. They'll get him righted and get him either refired or back down into the pit area. TJ Forge Wheels was founded to be the best no-compromise Forge wheels for the motorsports industry. Product quality, safety, and customer service are the driving factors for TJ Forge, and they are committed to being your first and only call for racing wheels. Go to tjforge.com to get started today. Something going awry on the front end of the number 8 machine. Officials down look like reattaching something, so they'll get him backed up and get him back down to the pit area so they can do proper repairs on that machine and get him back out of the speedway. Whether you're running a go-kart, micro, midget, modified sprint car, late model Silver Crown, or even a tractor, Rod Supply has the assortment of rod ends, radius rods, and specialty products that will help you lead the field of performing to your maximum potential. Remember, they don't just sell them, they race them. Go to rodsupply.com for more. Not only do you have your normal contingencies that are offered throughout the season, whether it's the K&N Clean Air Award, counting points to the Parallax Passing Master at the end of the season, Rod Supply Hard Charger, your Learn Lab Quick Qualifier, everything gets ramped up during Sprint Week competition. Learn Lab Qualifying is no different, up to $200 per fast time, an extra $200 for each additional quick qualifying time throughout Sprint Week competition. Parallax Group and ProSource partnering up for the Hard Charger Award this week. $1,000 to the driver advancing the most positions throughout the entirety of Indiana Sprint Week, so that is this week's Passing Master bonus. Eclipse Claim Consulting to the first on transfer, picking up $100. Also sponsoring the fastest lap in the feature for $100. Rod Supply Hard Charger jumping to $200 per night this week. The Vogel Real Estate Auction and Appraisal Semi-Feature Hard Charger is an extra $100. The Hard Work Award, the driver who is the final driver to lock into the feature event, will get an extra $100. And Justice Family Racing, $250, the driver who transfers from the most semi-features throughout Indiana Sprint Week. The Hayloft Haymaker Award also, if you start outside the invert and you make the transfer to the feature, Hayloft also presenting some extra contingencies for drivers here throughout the week. So again, to recap, if you're just joining us in the grandstands or on the FloRacing broadcast, 71 drivers checking in for tonight's racing action. In the heat races, top 4 going to move on to the feature event, 5th through 7th to the B, 8th through 10th to the C, 11th on back into the D main. Of course, looking at the payout at the end of Indiana Sprint Week, $50,000 in total points fund, $25,000 to the champion, $10,000 to second, $5,000 to third, $3,000 to fourth, $2,200 to fifth, $1,800, $1,600, and $1,400 set to be paid out. So cars continue to make their way around the Speedway, starting to focus in on the bottom side of the 5/16 mile oval. In the meantime, we're going to step away here on the broadcast. We'll be back.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
Hey, can I get 4 guavas? No, the big ones. Thanks.
Ignite your taste with new NOS Energy Grand Prix Guava. Buy it now at a store near you.
At Lucas Oil Center, we keep you moving with confidence. We've upgraded everything: faster oil changes, a thorough 21-point inspection, expert AC service, and preventative maintenance that keeps your car road ready. And now enjoy easier access to our signature Nitro Wash, so your ride shines bright all year long.
Looking for great service, a wide variety of Lucas Oil products, and racing oils, or looking for a location near you, contact us at lucasoilcenter.com.
Lucas Oil Center, service that goes the extra mile.
Go harder, faster, stronger with Rod End Supply. Whether you are running industrial, farming equipment, or a race car, Rod End Supply has the assortment of rod ends, radius rods, and specialty products that will help you lead the field in performance. Our superior design means our rod ends last longer and perform better, giving you the edge on the track and saving you money. Contact Rod End Supply or order online today at rodendsupply.com. We don't just sell them, we race them. rodendsupply.com, serving the racing community for over 30 years.
Crashing, it hurts, right? The car owner usually pays to get the car fixed, but who pays for you to get fixed? Are you a race car driver that does not have coverage insurance? Steeda is your answer. Don't race another lap without being covered. Get info now at Steeda.com or call 1-800-378-4608.
Cars continuing to pace around the Lincoln Park Speedway. Night number 2 of NOS Energy Drink Indiana Sprint Week presented by K&N Filters. Welcome back to the broadcast here on FloRacing. Whittling it down to the drivers that will be in Dirt Draft Hot Lap session number 1 of 7. Of course, for more information on the United States Auto Club, you can find us online at USACRacing.com. A reminder, that is where all the official news, notes, points, and updates can be found regarding racing for the United States Auto Club, be it the national or the regional level. Anything you find on social media as well as on the My Race Pass app for live timing and scoring is unofficial. Of course, you can follow along with lineups, results, roster, driver information, live timing, and scoring when you download the My Race Pass app. Free to download, and all the live timing and some of the extra goodies part of the premium membership. Definitely worth it, though, to find out and keep up with what's going on. And that's the My Race Pass app. Drivers going in and slinging some of the slime up on the racetrack here, trying to get things ready to go in a Dirt Draft Hot Lap session number 1. Looking out of the Speedway right now, Trey Osborne out of Columbus, Ohio, the Industrial Hydraulics Incorporated Mopar Triple X chassis number 6T on the Speedway. The Mount Mechanical Contractors, Drop Light, Indy Power Sports number 57 of Logan Seavey. On the Speedway, driver in behind him, Logan Calderwood out of Goodyear, Arizona, the MP Environmental GFT Ready-Mix One-Way Triple X chassis number 6 machine. Also on the Speedway, driver in 73, Blake Vermillion out of Greencastle, Indiana, the Custom Pallet Recycling Vermillion Powered DRC Noble Tax Service. Union Graphics Stuart Holmes at number 73. Driver making his way through turns 3 and 4. A couple of drivers right behind him. Todd Moole, one of them, out of Heathcote, Victoria, Australia. The Epperson Painting Incorporated, Sherwin Williams, FK Shocks number 2E. And the 43, Brennan Marshall making the trip out of Edgewood, Texas, driving the Fat Heifer Breeding Company, Miller Powered, Maxim, Main Street Auto Care, Wills Point Automotive, number 43. The Novix Outdoor, Vontae Windows and Doors, Jugo Superfoods, Premier Recycling, Apache Transport over 3P of Kyle Cummins on track, your current USAC National Points leader and defending champion. Making his way towards turns at 3 and 4. Driver in behind him, that's Harley Burns. Back behind the wheel of his Burns Racing, Britt Arrow, Timberland Lumber Company, 16 Chevrolet Mach 1 chassis number 16, had been driving for Rocksteady Racing. In his last few outings, Hunter Schoenberg behind the wheel of the number 3R here this week. Driver in 22 on the front straightaway, Brandon Spencer. He's out of Nashville, Indiana, driving the AA Auto Body, Ryan Myers Power, DRC number 22, and the 21B, Bo Brandon at Bellwood, Indiana, the Superior Tote Solutions, Claxon Mach 1 Chassis, Tony Elliott Foundation, Black Diamond Earthworks, number 21. Driver's just about ready to go. The thumbs up, thumbs down, and we're getting thumbs up and ready to get after it as they'll start to indicate to the drivers to get ready to go. On the receiver, letting them know they need to spread out, give themselves some room, and just about ready to go to green here in Dirt Draft Hot Lap session number 1. To the wave of the green flag, and here we go. Again, 71 drivers officially checking in. Last trip to the Lincoln Park Speedway. The two-day showing of the Sprintacular. Night number 1 in the books, night number 2 rolling through qualifying. Unfortunately, Mother Nature intervening and putting a stop to the program. On that night, a new track record established, only to be taken out of the hands of Jaden Rogers. So Logan Seavey still retains the official one-lap track record. We'll see if that stands the test here tonight. Again, 7 flights of dirt draft hot laps in order to work the racing surface in. Harley Burns right now is the quickest driver on track at 14.068. So the track is just a little bit more to go here before we are learn lap qualifying ready. Checkered flag flying for dirt draft hot lap session number 1. Harley Burns 14.068. Trey Osborne 14.141. Brandon Spencer third quick right now, but a 14.160. Logan Seavey at a 14.172. Logan Calderwood fifth quick at 14.301. Todd Moole, Bo Brandon, Kyle Cummins, Blake Vermillion, and Brendan Marshall. Next group of drivers going to make their way out onto the speedway. That'll be led by the driver out of Clyde, Victoria, Australia. Driver of the DRC, Wingo Freeland. MBL Transport Steel Products. Wingo Performance Development number 77 of Todd Hobson. Hobson in the number 77. Last night's winner at the dirt track of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Justin Grant of Ione, California. The NOS Energy Drink MBV Logistics Top Industries number 4 will make his way out onto the racetrack. Out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, Travis Oldfield, driver of the DRC Chevrolet, Wayne Oldfield, owned number 38. Makes his way out onto the racetrack. The 92 of Chase Stockton out of Fort Branch, Indiana. The Ingram Machine and Tool, Moments by Morgan. Lucas Oil Center gets our DRC number 92, rolling into turn number 1. The 87 machine, that's Tony Helton out of Spencer, Indiana. The Ace Corp, AJ Felker Power, DRC chassis number 87. And the 8X, Michael Clark out of Brazil, Indiana. The Freedom Roofing, Durabuilt Performance, J&D Powered Spike Chassis. Unity Hair Shop number 8X. Cale Coons out of Greencastle, Indiana, onto the speedway. The Curb Wreckers, Mechanical Advantage, Coletta Charters, Joe Doolin, Kerbeck, Janie, number 63. And the 2B returning to the racing surface, Dalton Stevens out of Scurry, Texas, behind the wheel. And the Penalty Farms, Bennick Enterprises, Claxon DRC, Hoosier Tire, number 2. The I-1 of Ivan Glatzbach at Fillmore, Indiana. The Racers Custom and Collision Repair, Chevrolet DRC Chassis, Knuckle Bust and Retrievers, Pizza King, number I-1. Making his way out onto the speedway. Again, Dirt Draft Hot Lap session at number 2 for those of you just joining us here on the FloRacing broadcast or making your way into the grandstands. So Tony Helton, Justin Grant, Dalton Stevens, Travis Oldfield, Todd Hobson, Jay Stockton, Ivan Glotzbach, Michael Clark, Ricky Lewis set to be in this hot lap group, looking around the racetrack and not seeing the number 41 out on the racing surface. Lewis, a little bit of a late check-in into racing action here today, so we'll see if maybe he is able to make his way out a little bit later. Not sure what's going on. We'll see if we can get an update on him as we proceed through the evening. In the meantime, Dirt Draft Hot Lap session number 2 is underway. Track beginning to pick up speed, 13.287 for Cale Coons. Justin Grant, 13.353. Todd Hobson, 13.533. Tony Helton, 13.545. And Ivan Glotzbach, 5th quick at a 13.703. Session number 3 here in Dirt Draft Hot Laps will begin to make its way out onto the speedway. The 100 of Justin Manili. Going to make his way out onto the speedway to Brazil, Indiana. The Hoosier Towing, Manili Construction, Shaw Chiropractic, number 100. Going to roll down onto the front straightway. The 11W, Wyatt Burks, Roddy Hughes, J.R. Steffel, and Kenny Watawa also all jumping in here for Sprint Week to help the wholesale batteries. Harris Fabrication, Don Triple X number 11W make it out to the racetrack. The 24 rolling to the exit at turn number 2 right now. Thomas Meseral out of San Jose, California. The Parts Authority, Knox Enterprises. The Hayloft, Heltz Turf Farm, number 24. Jack Hoyer on track in turns 1 and 2 out of Frankfort, Indiana. The Intact Management Group, Hoyer Chevrolet DRC. Struck finishes. Ruoff Mortgage, number 11. Other number 11 on track, the 11-0. The Spike entry driven by Shay Owens out of Indianapolis, Indiana. A couple of drivers rolling out to the front straightaway. One of them, the 28, Brandon Maddox out of Terre Haute, Indiana, rolling the high side to turn number 1 right now. The Whitman Roofing TCB Speed North Gressman DRC chassis number 28. The driver that rolled on track with him was Chance Crum out of Snohomish, Washington. The Pit Logic 83 Customs Elevate Race Media number 83C. Ricky Lewis out to the Speedway, driver of the D-Transport, Physical Medicine Consultants, Mesquite Valley Transportation, Haley Farms, Morris Farms, number 41, making his way into turns 1 and 2, and the 4. Braden Cromwell to Lone Jack, Missouri, the DK Excavation, Level Up KC, Patriot Power, DRC Chassis, Rachel Cromwell owned, number 4X. Driver in 5, Jesse Vermillion out of Greencastle, Indiana, driver of the Custom Pallet Recycling, Vermillion DRC, Stuart Holmes, Vermillion Racing, number 5V. So again, Dirt Draft Hot Lap session number 3 on the Speedway right now. Green, white, checker in these Hot Lap sessions going forward. Looking around the Speedway, one driver we didn't get to tell you about, that was Brian Brewer, Lonie, Indiana driver, driver of the JS Farm VFW Post 4829, First Federal Savings and Loan Association, the Central Illinois number 8 machine. He is at speed right now to the exit to number 4. Flat Brandon Maddox. Top of the charts, Gail Coons 13.287, Justin Grant 13.353, Todd Hobson 13.533, Tony Helton fifth quick now at a 13.545. Glotzbach, Hoyer, Stockin, Stevens, and Oldfeld right now making up your top 10. Round 4 Dirt Draft Hot Laps will begin to make its way out onto the racing surface. And again, just talking about this driver who had the quick qualifying time on July 4th and a new track record before Mother Nature took it out of his hands. Jaden Rogers back to see if he can steal it once again. The Beasley's Railcar Repair American Dream Racing Spec DRC chassis number 14. Down the front straightaway in 3, that's Hunter Schurenberg out of Sykeston, Missouri, the Majestic Electric, Lucas Oil Center, Stanton Mach 1, Rock City Racing number 3R makes his way to the high side of turns 1 and 2. Driver rolling to his inside and getting up in front of him. Should be the G5 of Gunnar Setzer to Columbus, Indiana. The Setzer Fabricating, Aviation Tax Consultants, Lead Company Incorporated, the Kier Starts Now Foundation, number G5. Fueling problems last night at the start of the feature event. Once the engine tried to fire and pressure applied, one of the lines started leaking down into the cockpit, so they were able to go down, rectify the problem, get them back on track before the start of the feature event. Over in turns 1 and 2, Eli Wilhelmus out of Newburgh, Indiana, the Traders Brewing Company, Spec Power DRC, Jerry Eigner Construction, number 55, will make his way onto the back straightaway. Driver in 2, Evan Mosley out of LaPel, Indiana, driver of the CB Fabricating, Carmel Glass and Mirror, Trainer Power DRC Chassis, Kirk's Log Home Maintenance, number 2 machine. Driver in 06 behind him, Mike Larison at Avon, Indiana. The Detro Trailer Sales, Spec DRC Chassis, Nelson Contracting, CB Designs, Lucky 7 Technologies, Indy Powder Coating, number 06. Briggs Danner on track at 39 out of Allentown, Pennsylvania. The East Snyder & Sons Recycling, Keystone Cap Boulevard Truck Repair, number 39. Entrance of turn number 3 for that driver. Behind him, the 24 Pia Max Adams at Loomis, California. The High Aspiration Farms, Hawkins Body Shop, Ryan Myers, DRC Chassis, number 24. And drivers will start to wind up and go for Dirt Draft Hot Lap session number 4. The 24M is also on track. Hunter Maddox out of Bedford, Indiana. Turns 1 and 2 right now for the TJD Roofing and Exteriors. Megacorp Logistics, Cummings, number 24. Underway. Dirt Draft Hot Lap session number 4. Problems for the 16 of Colin Parker. Jumping off of the back straightaway and heading back to the pit area. Able to clear, so we stay green. 12.648 Max Adams in the 24P. Going to the top of the boards, Gunnar Setzer at 12.703. Briggs Danner 12.711. Jaden Rogers 12.756. Brandon Maddox at 13 flat, now fifth quick. Schurenberg, Wilhelmus, Maddox, Coons, and Grant currently make up the top 10. Dirt Draft Hot Lap session number 5 will begin to make its way out onto the racing surface. Jake Scott out of Morgantown, Indiana, the Axis Underground, Porter Sealing Systems, Terry Cummings DRC Chassis, G&G Oil Company number 33, making his way out onto the Speedway. The 97, Austin Knight of Greenfield, Indiana, the Billy's Tequila, and Tellison's, the Brigade Shooting Company number 97, making his way into turns 1 and 2. The 5T rolling up past him at exit at turn number 2 now. Jake Swanson out of Anaheim, California, the Inland Rigging, Darty Motorsports number 5T, Snake Enterprises and Rolls Scaffolding. Also sponsors on that machine, Spike Ryder, SRI Indy, Sons of the American Legion number 34 to Kansas, Illinois, Shane Cottle into turn number 2 right now. Driver rolling past him in the frame, the 34T of Cody Trammell out of Bloomington, Indiana, the Whitman Roofing, the Ace Corp, Schaefer Racing Oil, Bailey's Auto, and AC Repair, number 34T, now over in turns 3 and 4. Looking just above him, the driver making his way out onto the racing surface. Fueling issues last night for Kobe Simpson with a barrel valve. The driver to Bonham, Texas, the crew able to get things sorted out. The B-Town Automotive, Sense of Performance Horses, Circle C Adventures, Rust Race Gear, Two Fellows Moving Company, number 21K. And the 12J onto the Speedway, the Full Throttle Automotive, Ben Ritchie Racing, DRC, Smoke and Bong Head Shop, number 12J. That is Steve Justice. Driver rolling up next to him, Kevin Thomas Jr. to Coleman, Alabama, the Driven Racing Oil, Metalloid 1, Inland Rigging, Indy Metal Finishing. Brad Alexander Suspension, number 15, makes his way onto the back straightaway. Here on the front straightaway, just past the flag stand, CJ Leary to Greenfield, Indiana, the Jarvis Enterprises, Matador Motorsports, Primetime Financial, Fox Brothers, Braden Fox Racing, number 53. And the 15E also on track. That's Dakota Earls out of Independence, Missouri. The Wholesale Battery, Show Me Guttering, Donna DRC Chassis, number 15. Be able to get wound up. And we're underway. Round 5 of Dirt Draft Hot Laps. 2 more to go. Jake Swanson now quickest, 12.549. Pair of Jakes. You got Swanson, then Scott. 12.629. Max Adams, a 12.648. Kevin Thomas Jr., 12.703. He and Gunnar Setzer with identical lap times. It's KTJ over Setzer for the top 5 right now. Danner, Rogers, Leary, Nye, and Cottle. Sixth round of Dirt Draft Hot Laps, so we're going to make its way out onto the racing surface. Led by the 19C, Dan Clodfelter at Rockville, Indiana. Dan's Wallet powering the show here. The Ripper Chassis, Bill Trainer Racing Engine number 19C. Makes his way onto the back straightaway. The 19, Hayden Reinbold at Gilbert, Arizona. The Powder Blue entry onto the back straightaway. The AME Electrical Reinbold Development Incorporated. Stamp Spike number 19. Driver in 49, that's Austin Corey to Morristown, Indiana. The Browns Oil Service, Celebration Child Care Ministries at Ketterjohn Performance, DRC Chassis number 49. Rolling into turn number 1, driver at Teelamore, New South Wales, Australia. The Skyline Building, Supas Hog Heaven number 45, and that is Troy Carey. Troy Carey in the 45. The 9, Jim Tribby out of Martinsville, Indiana. Driver the JTR Trainer, DRC, Indy Race Parts, Bulldog Rear Ends number 9. Makes his way onto the back straightaway. Rylan Gray also on track in 1 at Greenfield, Indiana. Driver the Faidley Farms, Kaiser, Claxon DRC Chassis number 1 makes his way around to the front side of the Speedway. Evan Parker at West Terre Haute, Indiana, the Rogers Home Improvements. Marty Mars Concrete and Masonry, Claxon Triple X Chassis, Parker Brothers Racing, number 17P. The 9Z also on track of the back straightaway. Zach Pretorius at Yorktown, Indiana. The Unleash the Beast A. Smith Distributing, Claxon DRC Chassis, number 9. 77S onto the front straightaway. The driver, David Gasper at Santa Barbara, California. The Simply Birdhouse DSR Clee CSI, number 77. Driver's getting ready to wind up and go to green. The 34M is also on track. Driver coming to us out of Edgewood, Texas, the Pro Source. Main Street Auto Care, Miller Max at number 34M. That is R.J. Miller. And we're underway. 6th group of Dirt Draft Hot Laps. .12.545, Zach Pretorius. By 0.04 of a second takes over from Jake Swanson. It was a 12.0 at the end of Dirt Draft Hot Laps back here on July 4th. So still a little off of the pace of Dirt Draft Hot Laps back at the start of the month. But Pretorius a 12.545, Swanson a 12.549, Jake Scott a 12.629, Max Adams 12.648, and Rylan Gray 12.661. Final flight of Dirt Draft Hot Laps, so we get to make its way out to the racing surface out of Phoenix, Arizona. The Eclipse Claim Consulting, Apex Innovation, Healy Transportation, J&D Ripper, Avante Windows and Doors number 51. This is J.J. Yaley. J.J. Yaley out onto the Speedway. Following him will be the Macho Man, Brady Bacon at Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, the Concord American Flagpole Racer Magazine, Jim Weed, High Performance Lubricants Rider Triple X number 20. The 47, Charles Davis Jr. to Buckeye, Arizona, the MP Environmental, Black Magic Bead Breaker, Rex's Tattoo and Massage Parlor, Chuck D's Wiener, Central Arizona Raceway number 47. The 99, that is Kyle Johnson out of Greencastle, Indiana, the Noble Tax Service, Two Brothers Farms, Fogel Real Estate, Wits Lawn Care number 99J, driver in 33. Jesse Miller, the Dynamite Welding, Spike Chevrolet Power, G&G Oil Indy Race Parts number 33M. Makes his way down the back straightway. 10G on track. That is Gabriel Gilbert out of Greenwood, Indiana. The DRC Chevrolet Gilbert Racing number 10 makes his way onto the far side of the racing surface. Looking back onto the near side of the racetrack at 37, Logan Prickett out of Shelbyville, Indiana. The Boiler Up Racing Club, Trainer Chevrolet DRC, Stevenson Rife Attorneys, Tree Movers Incorporated number 37. The 21AZ, Gavin Miller out of Allentown, Pennsylvania, behind the wheel of the Curb Wreckers, Team Arizona, Quebec Ajanian Racing, Kodiak Products, number 21, making his way through turns 1 and 2. Driver in 12, it's the Madman, Robert Ballou. The Suburban Subaru number 12 machine, going on board there for a second with a driver of the number 21AZ. Our Steeda.com onboard view tonight, looking out the left side of the number 21. A couple of more drivers to tell you about on track. The 19AZ of Mitchell Moles, he was quickest in Dirt Draft Hot Laps in our last appearance here at Lincoln Park Speedway. Driver to Raisin City, California, the AMA Electrical, Mississippi Valley Transportation, Rhineville Development Incorporated, Indy Race Parts number 19. And the driver in 4 also on track. That's the 4C, Dalen Chambers out of Bowling Green, Indiana. Driver the Spike Motorsports Unlimited, Chambers, number 4. Green flag flies. Final flight of Dirt Draft Hot Laps is underway. 12.270. The Madman, Robert Ballou, going to be fastest overall here in Dirt Draft Hot Lap. Zach Pretorius at a 12.545. Jake Swanson, 12.549. Dalen Chambers at a 12.568. And Jake Scott, fifth quick at a 12.629. Max Adams, Rylan Gray, Brady Bacon, Kyle Johnson, and Kevin Thomas Jr. make up the top 10. Learn Lab qualifying next on the program. Learn Lab is the maker of award-winning hands-on industrial job skills training system using curriculum, classroom tools, and rugged hands-on training panels. Learn Lab teaches the necessary skills with real tools and components to help schools, colleges, and companies train people to be better at what they do. Check out LearnLab.com for more information. Again, $200 to be your Learn Lab Quick Qualifier here during Sprint Week competition, plus an additional $200 for every additional quick qualifying time. Drivers making their way up into the staging lanes. Again, 2 drivers at a time out to the Speedway, the official one-lap track record, reverting back to Logan Seavey, establishing that on July 5th, 2024, 11.959 seconds, average 94.071 miles per hour. Again, the time of 11.948 set by Jaden Rogers back on July 4th, negated by Mother Nature. So the first 2 drivers going to present out to the Speedway. In Princeton, Indiana's Kyle Cummins going to be first onto the racetrack. Driving the Novix Outdoors, Avante Windows and Doors, Jugo Superfoods, Premier Recycling, Apache Transport, Lifestyle Homes, over 3P. Indiana Sprint Week winner here back in 2019. The Lincoln Park 30, as well as the 2026 Sprintacular victory for the driver of the number 3 here at Lincoln Park. His opening lap is a 12.376. Lap number 2 is a 12.109. Harley Burns on track with him at Brazil, Indiana. The Britt Aero Timberland Lumber Company number 16. He comes around and he is quicker, 12.055. Harley Burns sets the mark, and it's a quick one, 12.055 here in Learn Lab qualifying. Logan Seavey out of Southern California, the Mount Mechanical Contractors, drop line 80 Power Sports number 57 onto the Speedway. Going to be joined by the 22 of Brandon Spencer out of Nashville, Indiana, the AA Auto Body, Ryan Myers, DRC number 22. Seavey goes 12.285 on lap number 1. The 22 coming around, his opening lap going to be a 13.808. Seavey buries her up into the cushion, exit turn number 4. We'll see if he improves. Second time by, he does. Quick time at a 12.045. 1.2045 seconds for Logan Seavey. Top of the boards here in Learn Lab qualifying. Spencer's second time by is better, 13.052, still fourth quick. The Mopar Power number 6, Tia Trey Osborne out to the Speedway. Industrial Hydraulics Incorporated, Jeff Hill Trailer Sales on the side of the number 6. He'll be joined by the 73 of Blake Vermillion out of Greencastle, Indiana. Augusta Pallet Recycling, Vermillion Power, DRC Noble Tax Service, Stuart Hound, number 73. Osborne fourth quick at a 13.024 on his opening lap. Vermillion coming by in the CPR number 73 with a 13.869. Driver number 6T coming around in search of his first USAC National start here at Lincoln Park. Improves second time around at 12.996. Vermillion, his second time by, also better at 13.378. Everybody still chasing Logan Seavey early on here in Learn Lab qualifying at a 12.045. The 21B onto the Speedway out of Elwood, Indiana. Driver the Superior Tote Solutions, Tony Elliott Foundation, Claxton Mach 1 chassis number 21B. Going to be joined by Todd Moole, the driver to Heathcote, Victoria, Australia, the Epperson Painting Incorporated, Sherwin-Williams, Factory K, and M2 Bearings number 2E. Brandon around, line number 1, 6 quick at a 13.145. Moole going to throttle down to the front straightaway. He will go fourth quick at a 12.977. Checkered flag out, the 21 coming around, and better goes to fourth quick at a 12.502. Second time by for the Aussie. We'll see if he can pick up some time. He does. Improves on time, fifth quick at a 12.531. On to the Speedway at Goodyear, Arizona. Driver the MP Environmental GFT Ready-Mix One-Way Triple X Chassis, JST Shock Technology, and then ring number 6, that's going to be Logan Calderwood. Going to be joined by the Ace Corp, AJ Felker, DRC, Helton, number 87. This is Tony Helton. First time by for Calderwood, 6 quick at a 12.684. Helton in the 87 coming by, and he'll go 9th quick at a 13.270. Calderwood off of the cushion and onto the front straight while the MP Environmental number 6 comes around. Better, third quick at a 12.094. 1.2094 for Calderwood. Up onto the final step of the podium. Tony Helton slower second time by. He'll stand on lap number 1, 13.270. Next two drivers onto the Speedway, going to be led by last night's feature winner out of Ione, California, driver the NOS Energy Drink, MPV Logistics, Top Industries, G&G Racing Fuels at number 4. That is Justin Grant, and he will be joined by the driver out of Scurry, Texas, Dalton Stevens, driver the Pendleton Farms, Binnick Enterprises, Claxton DRC Chassis number 2B. First time by for Grant, going to be fifth quick at a 12.371. The 2B, 10th quick at a 13.153. Stevens going to try to pick up the pace here on lap number 2. Little bit of a bobble there at the exit of the second turn. Second time by for Grant is better on time. 5th quick, 12.230. Stevens does improve a little bit, 13.133, still 10th quick. Todd Hobson out to the Speedway now, but declined Victoria, Australia. Driver the NBL Transport, Wingo Freeland, DRC Steel Products number 77. He'll be joined by Travis Oldfield out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. The DRC Chevrolet Wayne Oldfield owned number 38. Hobson coming by, lap number 1, 7th quick at a 12.514. Berries are off into the cushion, slams are hard over in turn number 2. Gets her rolling onto the back straightaway. Oldfield 12th quick in his opening lap at a 12.198. Hobson second time by is slower. That contact with the cushion affecting him at a 12.618, a 12.514 in his opening lap. Oldfield better second time by a 12.711, ninth quick for the Albuquerque, New Mexico racer. Next two drivers onto the Speedway going to be led out by Chase Stockton at Fort Branch, Indiana. The Engel Machine and Tool Moments by Morgan Lucas Oil Center. Kistler DRC Superior Tank and Trailer number 92. And he'll be joined by the I-1 of Ivan Glotzbach at Fillmore, Indiana. The Racers Custom and Collision Repair. Knuckle Bustin' Retrievers Pizza King. Tyler Cox Realty number I-1. The 92 coming around. Lap number 1. Ninth quick at a 12.684. Glotzbach. His first time by going to be 15th quick at a 13.328. Stockton starting the night off yesterday on fire. A fuel line coming loose, showering him with fuel. Thankfully, walking away, as he described it, a bit of a sunburn. Goes 6th quick second time by at a 12.46. And Glotzbach improves at a 12.661. Onto the racetrack now, Ricky Lewis out of Oxnard, California, driver the Superior Tank and Trailer. Physical Medicine Consultants, Pacific Transportation, Sinson DRC number 41, joined by Cale Coons out of Greencastle, Indiana. The Curb Records Mechanical Advantage Coletta Charters number 63. Ricky Lewis, 10th quick in his opening lap at a 12.620. Coons coming around, 13th quick on his first attempt at a 12.805. A three-time starter here in Lincoln Park in USAC National Competition is Coons. 5th quick second time by for Ricky Lewis. Jumps up with a 12.218. Second time by for Coons is better on time, a 12.682. 12th quick for the driver, the number 63. Out of Snohomish, Washington, we've got Chance Crum on track in the Pit Logic 83 Customs Elevate Race Media Race Redeem Foundation number 83C. He'll be joined by the 11W of Wyatt Burks out of Topeka, Kansas. The Wholesale Battery Harris Fabrication. Jaden's Hope Foundation, Lazy L Ranch number 11. 14th quick on the opening lap for Chance Crum, a 12.747. 7th quick for Wyatt Burks, a 12.418. Burks, a feature starter here back at the Sprintacular, back on the start of the month with a 21st place finish. Crum coming around 10th quick with a 12.507. Better second time by, and Wyatt Burks, his opening lap will be his best attempt at a 12.418. Lap number 2 was a 12.605. Out of the Show Me State, Braden Cromwell, the DK Excavating, Level Up KC, Spicer Racecraft, Bull Snot Products, Rickhorn Racing number 4X. He'll be joined by the 11 of Jack Hoyer at Frankfort, Indiana, the Intact Management Group. Truck finishes, Hoyer Chevrolet DRC Chassis number 11. Cromwell coming around 21st quick in his opening lap at 13.693. First time by for Hoyer, 7th quick at a 12.374. Good line onto the back straightaway. We'll see if he finds some more speed. Second time by. Likewise for the 4X, he does improve, 13.171. Hoyer coming around, goes to 5th quick at a 12.190. 12.190 for Jack Hoyer, second time by. Thomas Meserol onto the Speedway now to San Jose, California. Joe the Parts Authority, Knox Enterprise, the Hayloft, Health Stir Farm, Lucas Oil Products number 24. He'll be joined by Brian Brewer, the driver of the Bologna, Indiana, driver of the JS Farm, Spec Maxim Chassis number 8. Look out, crosses her up over in turns 3 and 4. Meserol, 9th quick in his opening lap. Turns a 12.467. We'll see if he improves second time by. He does. 3rd quick for T-Mez, 12.065. 12.065 behind the wheel of the Landon Simon race number 24. Brewer coming around. Second time by is better. 13.566. Got crossed up in that opening lap. That was a 14.306. He's currently shown 24. Out of Terre Haute, Indiana, driver the Whitman Roofing, TCB Speed North, Gressman DRC Chassis number 28. That is Brandon Maddox, joined on track by Justin Manili out of Brazil, Indiana, the Hoosier Towing, Manili DRC, Shaw Chiropractic, number 100. First time by for Maddox is 18 quick at a 12.854, 12854 seconds. Manili, look out, the 100 getting a little crossed up there at the exit turn number 4. 26 quick at a 15.418. Second time by for Maddox, better, 15th at a 12.589. Improves by a little over 0.2 of a second. Neely going to come around. Second time by, much better run at the exit. Turn number 4 picks up over a half a second that time. Still 26 though, but a 14.898. Next two drivers onto the Speedway. First one out is going to be Jesse Vermillion, the driver out of Greencastle, Indiana. Driving the custom pallet recycling Vermillion powered DRC. Stuart Holmes, number 5B, joined by the G5 of Gunnar Setzer. Setzer out of Columbus, Indiana. Driving the Setzer Fabricating, Stanton Mach 1 Chassis, Lynch Machining, Indy Race Parts, Midwest 2 Mills, number G5. 10th quick on his opening lap for Setzer at a 12.422, 1.2422 seconds. Closing up on Vermillion here in qualifying as they come around to the drop of the checkered flag. Vermillion 24th quick on his first lap. Second lap was slower. Setzer better on lap number 2, 9th quick at a 12.250. Evan Mosley onto the Speedway now. The driver out of LaPel, Indiana, driver of the CB Fabricating, Trader Chevrolet DRC, Carmel Glass and Mirror, number 2, joined by the 55 of Eli Wilhelmus out of Newburgh, Indiana, the Traders Brewing Company. Jerry Eigner Construction, number 55. 26 quick for Mosley, 20th quick for Wilhelmus on their opening laps. Wilhelmus with a 12.714. Second time by for the 2. We'll see if he finds a little bit more speed. He does, 12.966. Second time by for Wilhelmus, slower, a 12.792. Next two drivers moving out onto the Speedway here as looking down through the list. 30 drivers of the 71 have qualified so far. And the 24P of Max Adams on track at Alunas, California, to the High Aspiration Farms, Hawkins Body Shop, hand design, number 24. He'll be joined by the 24M of Hunter Maddox out of Bedford, Indiana, the TJD Roofing and Exteriors, Megacorp Logistics, Cummings DRC Chassis, number 24M. Max Adams 12th quick at a 12.496 on lap number 1. Maddox coming around 23rd quick at a 12.993. Adams rolls her off at turn number 4, buries her off into the cushion. Does he find speed? Yes, he does. 10th quick at a 12.259. The TJD Roofing, number 24M, better second time by for him. 22nd quick, a 12.755. Driver to Allentown, Pennsylvania, drops down onto the Speedway. Briggs Danner, driver of the East Snyder & Sons Recycling, Keystone Cab Boulevard Truck Repair, Apache Transport, number 39, joined by Kevin Thomas Jr. to Coleman, Alabama, the Driven Racing Oil, Metalloid 1 Fisher DRC Chassis, Inland Rigging, Rhonda Supply, Smith Titanium, number 15. First time by for Danner, 17th at a 12.544. KTJ coming around, 16th quick at a 12.524. Danner in the 39 coming around, second time by. Second quick at a 12.047. Kevin Thomas, his second time at speed, better 11th quick for him at a 12.258. But Briggs Danner, 0.02 of a second off of the pace of Logan Seavey. The 57 holds on at a 12.045. Now, 11.948 the last time he qualified here before Mother Nature took it away from him. Let's see if he gets it done. Jaden Rogers out of Worthington, Indiana, the BC's Railcar Repair, American Dream Racing, Parallax Motorsports, number 14, 13 quick on his opening lap at a 12.338. He is joined by Hunter Schoenberg of the Rock City Racing, Majestic Electric, number 3R, Schoenberg 20th at a 12.562. On the gas onto the front straightway, slower, 12.363. Jaden Rogers, 13 quick at a 12.338 on lap number 1. Schoenberg coming around, better, 15 quick at a 12.442. Austin Nye going to pace out onto the Speedway next out of Greenfield, Indiana. Driver the Billy's Tequila and Tellison, Chevrolet DRC, the Brigade Shooting Company, 97 Enterprise, number 97. He'll be joined by the 12J. That is Steve Justice out of Evansville, Indiana, the Smoking Bong Head Shop, Spec DRC Chassis, Yonkers OGs, number 12G. Austin 926 at a 12.742. Justice coming around to 14.027. 37th quick right now. Nye puts her up on the cushion, hangs the Hoosiers in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Second time by for him is better. 25th at a 12.712. 12J coming around and does improve likewise with a 13.770. 37th currently for the driver of the number 12J. 5T out to the Speedway. Jake Swanson out of Anaheim, California. The Inland Rigging, Darty Motorsports, Snake Enterprises, Roll Scouting, Burris Racing, number 5T. Going to be joined by Jake Scott out of Morgantown, Indiana. Driver the Access Underground, Terry Cummings Powered DRC. Porter Sealing Systems, number 33. The 5T, first time by 12.666. First time by for Scott, a 13.271. Put him 36 right now. We'll see if the Snake Enterprise number 5 can improve. Second time by, he does. 12.372, 14th fastest. For Jake Swanson, the Axis Underground number 33 of Scott comes by better 28th at a 12.736. CJ Leary will begin to make his way onto the Speedway at Greenfield, Indiana. Driver of the Jarvis Enterprises, Matador Motorsports, Foxco DRC Chassis, Primetime Financial number 53. Joined by the 34T of Cody Trammell at Bloomington, Indiana. The Whitman Roofing, Schaefer Racing Oil, the Ace Corps, Bailey's Auto and AC Repair number 34T. CJ Leary coming around in his opening lap with a 12.654, 23rd right now. As Trammell comes around 36, quick at a 13.178. Leary leans her on the cushion and onto the front straightaway. Second time by, better 7th quick at a 12.180, 12.180 for CJ Leary. Trammell coming around better on time, still 34th at a 13.091. Got the fuel feed to her now. Kobe Simpson out of Bonham, Texas, over the Beattown Automotive System Performance Horse as Tom's Up Here Bud Quality Threads at Get Roofed Roofing Company number 21K. Gonna make his way around here on lap number 1. He'll stop the clock, 32nd quick at a 12.967. Joined on track by the 15E of Dakota Earls. Earls out of Independence, Missouri. The wholesale battery Showmate Guttery number 15. 43rd quick in his opening lap at the 13.863. Second time by for Kobe, a little bit slower at a 13.151. He'll settle for 32nd for the time being. And the 15E does improve. 39th quick, takes a little over 0.6 of a second off at a 13.253. Shane Connell on the throttle here to the front straightaway. The driver to Kansas, Illinois. Driver of the SRA Indy, Ryder Spike Chassis, Sons of the American Legion, number 34. Joined by Austin Corey to Morristown, Indiana. The Browns Oil Service, Ketterjohn Performance, DRC Celebration Child Care Ministries, number 49. Connell coming by on his opening lap, 31st quick at a 12.887. The 49, his opening lap is 35th quick at 13 flat. Both drivers working back straightway. Connell going to back her up the racetrack a little bit here and onto the front straightway. Better 11th quick at a 12.231. Connell living up to the nickname on lap number 2. And Austin Corey goes to 19th quick, peels off a little over half a second at a 12.450. The 9Z of Zach Pretorius, the Elk Motors Pizza King, G&G Oil Company number 9Z. Onto the Speedway and the 45N. Troy Carey at a Tullamore, New South Wales, Australia. The Skyline Building, Supas Hog Heaven, Claxton Ripper Chassis number 49. The 9Z coming around in the Unleash the Beast entry goes 16th quick at a 12.369. Troy Carey goes 41st quick at a 13.219. The 9Z coming around. Checkered flag going to drop on him. Does he improve? Lap number 2, he does. 7th quick, a little over 0.2 of a second, 12.149 seconds. And Troy Carey does improve, 34th quick at a 12.956. Next two drivers going to start to make their way onto the Speedway. Going to be led out by the 77S of David Gasper out of Santa Barbara, California. The Simply Birdhouse TSR Clee CSI. Tyler Sturgeon Racing number 77. And the 99J out of Greencastle, Indiana. Kyle Johnson in the Noble Tax Service Chevrolet DRC Chassis. Wits Lawn Care. Mike Johnson owned number 99. First time by for Gasper, 39th at a 13.084. 13.433 for Kyle Johnson in his opening lap. Puts him 47th currently on the grid. Up onto the cushion in the 77. He does improve a little bit on time. Takes about 0.013 seconds off 13.071. And Kyle Johnson by a half a second improves. He goes to 34th quick at a 12.917. Logan Seavey continues to be your Learn Lap Quick qualifier with a 12.045 second lap. Rylan Gray onto the Speedway now at a Greenfield, Indiana. Driver of the Faidley Farms Kaiser Claxton DRC Chassis number 1 will be joined by the 17P of Evan Parker. Parker out of West Terre Haute, Indiana. Makes his way off of turn number 4 on his opening lap. He will go 51st quick at a 14.409. The 1 of Rylan Gray. His opening lap was a 13.248. Lap number 2 better, 27th quick at a 12.656. The 17 coming around better, 13.882, 51st for the driver of the number 17P. Hayden Reinbold of the Gilbert, Arizona, the AMA Electrical Reinbold Development Incorporated, Mississippi Valley Transportation, Jugo Superfoods number 19 onto the Speedway. Going to be joined by the 34M of R.J. Miller out of Edgewood, Texas. The Pro Source, Main Street Auto Care, Miller Max of Chassis number 34M. Reinbold 29th on his opening lap. R.J. Miller 36. His time is a 12.831. Reinbold second time around. We'll see if he picks up some time. He does not. Lap number 1, a 12.664. Lap number 2 was a 12.782. 29th currently on the grid. And Miller coming around slower second time by 13.557, 36 fastest so far. Logan Prickett onto the Speedway, the driver to Shelbyville, Indiana, driver of the Boiler Up Racing Club, Turner Chevrolet DRC, Tree Movers Incorporated, Coyote IT, number 37. Going to make his way around here on the opening lap. We'll see where he stops the clock. It'll be 53rd quick at a 13.810. The 9, Jim Tribby, also on track. The Indy Race Parts, Bulldog rear end, JTR Trainer DRC chassis entry. On the back straightaway. In the meantime, 37 around to the front straightaway does improve. 46 quick at a 13.142. Tribby coming around, sounding a little light on cylinders. Goes 55th quick at a 14.228. Next pair of drivers onto the Speedway, Charles Davis Jr. He comes to you out of Buckeye, Arizona. The MP Environmental Black Magic Bead Breaker Spider Crane, number 47. Going to be joined by the 33 of Jesse Miller out of Cloverdale, Indiana. The Dynamite Welding, G&T Oil Company, Indy Race Parts, Chevrolet Spike Chassis, Durabuilt Performance, number 33M. Charles Davis, 45th at a 13.124 in his opening lap. Jesse Miller, 57th at a 14.668. Charles Davis Jr. banks her off at the cushion onto the front straightaway, improves 37th at a 12.914. And second time by for the Dynamite number 33. We'll see if he does improve. He does not. 15.061. Lap number 1, 14.668. The 10G of Gabriel Gilbert out of Greenwood, Indiana, onto the Speedway. He'll be joined by Dalen Chambers out of Bowling Green, Indiana. The Spike Motorsports Unlimited Chambers number 4C. Picking up his first career USAC National Feature start here in Lincoln Park Speedway during the Sprintacular with a 22nd place finish. Chambers, 30th quick on his opening lap at a 12.682. Field working onto the back straightway here. They'll work around to the near side of the racetrack. Gilbert, his last start here at Lincoln Park back in April of last year with a 23rd place finish. Dalen Chambers, 26 quick, his second time by with a 12.566. In the meantime, Robert Blue out to the Speedway out of Rockland, California. Four-time winner here in USAC National Sprint Car Competition. 3 times during Indiana Sprint Week in the Suburban Subaru Dean's Waterfront Services. Donna DRC, Berks Western Telecom, number 12. Going to make his way around, joined on track by USAC Triple Crown titleist J.J. Yaley out of Phoenix, Arizona. The Eclipse Plane Consulting, Apex number 51. 28th quick on the opening lap for Yaley, a 12.611. Robert Ballou on the throttle onto the front straightaway, goes 25th quick at a 12.529. Improves as J.J. Yaley, 16th quick on his second time by, a 12.289. Improves by 0.322 from his opening lap. That was a 12.611. Out of Raisin City, California, the AME Electrical, Messiah Valley Transportation, Ryan Bull Development Incorporated, Indy Race Parts number 19AZ. Mitchell Moles coming around on his opening lap. We'll see where he stops the clock. Quick time, 11.978. 119.78 seconds for Mitchell Moles. Gavin Miller, 11th quick at a 12.199. Does Moles improve second time by? He does. 11.694. And that is a new track record here at Lincoln Park Speedway and Learn Lab qualifying. Mitchell Moles takes it in 19. Next on to the Speedway, set to be the final driver to qualify to Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, the Concord American Flagpole Racer Magazine, Jim Weed High Performance Lubricants number 20. The Macho Man, Brady Bacon, 20th quick in his opening lap at a 12.353. 1.2353 seconds for Brady Bacon. Makes his way off into turns at 3 and 4. Bacon, we'll see if he can find some time here. Second lap, and it will be better. 10th quick at a 12.181. So a couple of drivers who were out of the original lineup going to come out. They will get their single lap. And things not sounding good beneath the bonnet of the number 8 machine. He works onto the back straightaway. That is Michael Clark out of Brazil, Indiana. He had front end problems during wheel pack. And she is sounding a little rough here. 64th quick with a 14.271. And Dan Klonfelter also coming out 66 quick at a 14.852. So that will bring a close here in just a moment to Learn Lap qualifying. Looks like we have one more that's going to come out and get one lap here at the end. Brennan Marshall out of Edgewood, Texas. The Fat Heifer Breeding Company. Miller Maxim, Main Street Auto Care, number 43. Again, drivers out of their original qualifying lineup, so they get one lap at the end. Lower 50% of the field is where they will find themselves in the lineup the rest of the night. So 68 drivers of the 71 who have checked in officially qualifying. And fifth quick tonight in Learn Lab qualifying was Thomas Mesereau. Harley Burns was fourth. Briggs Anner was third. Logan Seavey was second. And your Learn Lab quick qualifier and now track record holder with a time of 11.694 seconds out of Raisin City, California. Race fans, give him a hand, Mitchell Moles. So second quick was third in the qualifying lineup. The driver who went quick time was the 63rd driver to enter the racetrack.
Hey, great job, guys. That was incredible.
Looked at the pill draw and said, bet, I can get it done. And not only did he get it done, he walks away with a track record. He's rolling up. Race fans, let him hear you. Round to the fan side. He's going to catch up with Christy.
Well, we got to talk to Mitchell Moles for pre-race before the night ever started, and morale was low after drawing the 74 in a 71 car field. That means there's a lot of cars that are going to qualify before you. It mattered not. How about a new track record for night number 2 of Indiana Sprint Week?
Yeah, pretty cool. I feel like Tommy and all of them have done a great job here. They've added some baking to the top, and it allows it to not fall off as much, I feel like. And obviously, USAC went ahead and there and just did 3-lap hot lap sessions instead of running the track in all the way, just kind of giving everybody, I feel like, a fair chance. And I mean, it shows. Logan went out really early, and he's right there with me. So hats off to my guys. Eric Stanton, he's here in the house with us tonight and gives us a great piece to run. So very excited for the future. I think we'll start 6th, got to run 4th. So it's like the old days again. So get a good start. Wow, there is a lot of people here. So happy to see that. Happy to have all the fans here tonight, and hopefully we'll put on a great show for you tonight.
Yeah, we talked earlier about this being a racetrack that you already have an Indiana Sprint Week win at, and now coming in more comfortable after setting a new track record, fast time going out nearly dead last, brushing off a somewhat difficult night last night at the dirt track at IMS. How good are we feeling now in comparison to how we were earlier when we first talked?
Yeah, no, I felt good even knowing yesterday. I mean, I just know that's kind of something I struggle on is those smaller little bull ring micro midget tracks, I should say. But yeah, it's a great to be at IMS, and it's great to race there. I just struggle there, and I feel like I get a lot more race time at racetracks like this. So I'm excited for what's come with the rest of the week as well. And like I said, we just got to take it night by night, and that's how you win these championships. I've been told I've never won one, so hopefully this is the year.
A new track record for Mitchell Moles in front of a completely packed Lincoln Park Speedway for night number 2 of NOS Energy Drink Indiana Sprint Week presented by K&N Filters. He's your Learn Lab Fast Qualifier tonight, Brian.
Second night of Indiana Sprint Week and second track record broken. 5th track record set of the 2026 season and the second one this year for the driver other than 19AZ. His other one coming back on April 3rd at Red Hill with a time of 14.327. So crew's doing just a little bit of work on the racing surface here before we get ready to go into opening ceremonies. We'll have that coming up in just a little bit. U.S. Lawns presenting tonight's racing action here at Lincoln Park Speedway. A big thanks to them for coming on board and supporting tonight's racing action. Don't forget, only 2 nights in of 9 nights of racing action. $25,000 to the champion of the Bridgeport Rocker tomorrow, Kokomo. Lawrenceburg following that. Circle City on the 27th. Paragon on the 29th. Again, the 28th, kind of a built-in breather there, and also a runoff just in case Mother Nature does intervene at any of the early racing events. That gives them a place to go on the lineup. Terre Haute for the Don Smith Classic. Again, added money on that one. Every night is $10,000 to win, but Terre Haute $1,000 to start of the feature event. The Smith family coming in, adding some money there. Bloomington Speedway on the 31st, and it all wraps up at Tri-State Speedway down in Hopstadt on August 1st. After that, the big cars back on track up at Iowa Speedway. That'll be on August 8th with the Silver Crown Championship. And then USAC NOS Energy during Midget National Championship. 2 nights of racing at Coles County Speedway and the series debut at Jacksonville. That'll be on August 16th. Of course, you can see the entire lineup of events and rundown of all the driver points, news, notes, stats, and more when you go to USACRacing.com. So the water truck has made its rounds here. So again, 5 heat races on tap. And as the water truck makes its way back into its parking spot, that time of the night has come, ladies and gentlemen. We would ask that you please rise for our invocation and national anthem. If you would, please remove cover. Out of respect to those who serve and in honor of those who have given their lives in the defense of our nation. As we turn to Christ, we go to Chaplain Tim Spillman.
Can we pray? Father God, once again we pause, and we thank you for all your blessings and all your love that you give to each and every one of us. We thank you for your Son that gave his life on Calvary for all of us. We thank you for the opportunity of being here at Lincoln Park Speedway, and we ask that Tommy and Jenny Estes, any venue that they would put on here, would be a great success. We thank you, Lord, that we live in a country where we can assemble like this in freedom because of all the military that's standing around this world and on our shores to keep us free. And Father God, bring them all home safe very soon. We thank you for all the sponsors that come along to help make all this possible. And now, Father, we ask you to bless and keep safe all of our drivers, crews, officials, and all of these great fans. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Please remain standing for the performance of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
It's about to get real. It's about to get real. It's about to get real. You ready? can't quit now, feel the pressure is on the rise. I'm burning inside, energy is high, and I feel so alive. Had to face up, so I prayed up, put my head down, and I came up. So what you afraid of? This is what legends are made of. Center stage of a new wave of hustlers, ballers, and renegades. Every day stay dedicated on a mission until we can say we made it. It's nothing that life will just hand you. Always did what they told me I can't do, and it's still all a gamble. Go and handle your handle. You ready?
Cars sitting up at the staging lanes, getting ready to go. Record entry count, single lap track records. Ladies and gentlemen, before we get going, we got to know, are you ready to roll here at Lincoln Park? Fans continuing to make their way into the grandstands. We would ask that you be considerate. If anybody is looking for a seat, kind of scooch over, get friendly with your neighbor. Luckily, it is not quite, it's still deodorant weather, but not as bad as it's normally been. It's actually been absolutely beautiful weather the last couple of days. Chamber of Commerce, as they would say. So definitely kind of scooch together. Make sure we don't have anybody stuck out in a walkway. That is the last thing we want. That's a dangerous situation. So definitely kind of squeeze together as we still have people making their way into the stands. Of course, the grass hill is over there. Take the kids, let them run off some of the energy because the Sugar Shack is open. Ice cream is there. And that'll be a great way before we're taking them home and they're wound up on the way going, Daddy, Daddy, we want the drive-thru. No, we don't have McDonald's money. That's what my parents always told me. So
Their ice cream machine's probably broken anyway.
well, yes, theirs is. Lincoln Park's is.
Nope, theirs is working here.
That thing is rocking. So cars begin to make their way out onto the racing surface. Again, you can follow along on the My Race Pass app if you want to see all the lineups. Each one of these heat races is 10 laps in distance. And with 71 drivers checking in, these heats are absolutely stacked. 14 drivers going to be in heat race number 1. It's brought to you by K1 Race Gear. And you got to be in the top 4 to avoid running one of the consies here. Lineup set to roll like this out of Elwood, Indiana. Driver of the Superior Tote Solutions, number 21B. It's going to be Bo Brandon. Outside of him in 5 out of Anaheim, the Inland Brigade number 5T is going to be Jake Swanson. The G5 inside of number 2, Gunnar Setzer to Columbus, Indiana. The Setzer Fabricating entry. The 11 of Jack Hoyer to Frankfort, Indiana. Going to go from the 4th starting spot. The Intech Management Group entry. Logan Calderwood, the MP Environmental number 6 out of Goodyear, Arizona. He'll go from 5th. From 6, it will be your Learn Lab Quick Qualifier. The AME Electrical 19AZ of Mitchell Moles. Dalen Chambers out of Bowling Green, Indiana. The Spike Motorsports Unlimited number 4C will go from 7th. From 8th, it will be Cale Coons out of Greencastle, Indiana. The Curb Records number 63. The 24M of Hunter Maddox. He'll go from the inside of row number 5. He's out of Bedford, Indiana. The TJD Roofing and Exteriors entry. Next to him, Evan Mosley. Mosley out of LaPel, Indiana. Drive the CB Fabricating number 2. Cody Trammell, the 34C. He'll line up 11th out of Bloomington, Indiana. The Whitman Roofing, number 34. Next to him, Dakota Earls. Earls out of Independence, Missouri. The Wholesale Batteries, number 15E. Final row from the inside, it will be Steve Justice out of Evansville. And the 12J and the 43 of Brennan Marshall out of Edgewood, Texas. The Fat Heifer Breeding Company, number 43. Set to round out your lineup again. This in K1 Race Gear Heat Race number 1. So to recap, positions 1 through 4 go on into the feature event. Positions 5 through 7 will go into your 5-star body semi-feature event. Cookout C main for positions 8 through 10. And USACgear.com D main, 11th on back. The term, got to get it and get it quick. Definitely at play here, and as Mitchell alluded to, it's like old times.
It is like old times. He's going to roll from the 6th starting spot in K1 Race Gear Heat Race number 1, as will the fastest qualifier in every following heat race will start in that 6th spot. So they have to get up to 4th to transfer directly to the A main.
So this is where, especially in these earlier heats, I mean, the track is already all the way, it's wide. It looks really good. The cushion really moving up during qualifying. But you still have to really make some moves early on, especially in these first couple of heat races, to try to get yourself up in there and avoid chaos as well.
still not quite over that qualifying effort by Mitchell Moles, the 63rd car out on the Speedway.
And just goes to show you, the track prep and everything that was done here, and just the sheer determination of Mitchell to make sure that he puts himself in position tonight to get up and not only get the quick qualifying time, but to get a new track record. Absolutely jaw-dropping lap here as they come around to the NOS Energy start cam. We're underway here in heat race number 1, brought to you by K1 Race Gear. Field going to race off into turns 1 and 2, and there's that quick action I'm talking about, trying to go 3 wide, threading the needle, trying to get to a transfer spot here. Down to the inside for the lead. Here comes the 5T of Swanson. Got it. Brandon going to fall into second as they work down the front straightaway. It's like we're watching a semi-feature. No, we're watching a heat race here on night number 2 at Lincoln Park.
Well, Brandon had led a lot of that first lap, got a little bit tight on the cushion, which you just saw Mitchell Moles get a little bit tight as well. He sits in that 5th spot right now, moving up just ever so slowly. Hoyer now gets tight on the cushion. Mitchell Moles moves into that 4th spot.
Right rear contact, and they are hooked up at the back straightaway. Cale Coons gets caught up in that as well. Somehow everybody makes it through. They're 4 wide at the back of the pack, trying to get sorted out as your top 4 now on a bit of a breakaway. Swanson, Brandon, Setzer, and now Mitchell Moles. Going to ride in that 4th spot. Back in 5th, rides the 2 of Mosley as they come around to the front straightaway. Hoyer getting shuffled all the way back to the 6th spot right now. The 4C of Dalen Chambers going to run in 7th again. He's in that final transfer into the semi-feature event. Problems for the 24M down to the infield. He clears. We stay green.
Now Mitchell Moles makes a move on Setzer for the 3rd spot. He sets his sights on Bo Brandon, who's in 2nd. Jake Swanson, meanwhile, running away.
Jake Swanson with a good run going. Oh, man, Moles having a little bit of a tense moment there. The 21B getting up the racetrack and the car getting tied. That forced Moles onto the binders there for just a moment. Going to get the momentum built back up. Now going to swing high, duck low as they make their way into turns 3 and 4. Short slides across the nose, number 21. Lets him know he's there. Goodbye on the front straightaway. Takes over that 2nd spot. Been talking about Jimothy scurrying around in Seattle. Well, the spirit of him is right here. Drivers scurrying all over the racetrack as they make their way into turns 3 and 4. Leader around to the front straightaway, held up by a slower car. Remember, 10 laps of distance. We've got 2 to go. White flag coming next time around, and your leader's having trouble getting by. Brennan Marshall now going to throw the slide on him into turns 3 and 4, but that allowed Moles to make up a ton of ground as they come around to the wave of the white flag. 1 to go. The 5T of Jake Swanson takes him onto the back straightaway one last time as they work into turns 3 and 4. One driver way up, duck hunting with a rake through turns 3 and 4, but the checker flag is out of this one. Swanson going to grab the heat race win. Moles in 2nd, Bo Brandon, Gunnar Setzer, those 5 drivers moving on into the feature event. Jack Hoyer, Cale Coons, Evan Mosley, they're going on into the semi-feature event. Chambers, Trammell, and Calderwood into the C. Justice, Marshall, Earls, and Maddox on to the D. So the drivers moving on. Setzer in 4th, Brandon in 3rd, Moles in 2nd. Winner in that one's out of Anaheim, California. Driver of the Inland Breaking Darty Motorsports taking a prize as well. Scaffolding number 5T. Race fans, give him a hand. Jake Swanson.
So we'll talk to our heat race winners after the heat races are all completed. We'll bring them up on the fan side so you can get a good look at them, get them to sign some stuff for you. Impossible to overstate in a field this big how crucial a heat race win really is.
Not only that, but if you're the quick qualifier, how crucial it is to get up there and get transferred where you're not having to try to fight your way in through that 5-star bodies semi-feature event. So yeah, for Swanson, he can breathe a real sigh of relief with that heat race win. And of course, Mitchell goes back, and you just have to imagine just the amount of stress that is no longer hanging on him. In the meantime, TJ Ford's heat race number 2 going to begin to roll out, and Chance Crum's going to lead him. Driver of the Pit Logic 83 Customs number 83C, Edison Homish, Washington. Outside of him, the 11W Wyatt Burks out of Topeka, Kansas. The Wholesale Battery Harris Fabrication entry, the 15 of Kevin Thomas Jr. to Coleman, Alabama. Driven Racing Oil, a Metalloid 1 on the side of the number 15. He'll go from 3rd. From 4th, Gavin Miller. Behind the wheel of the Team Arizona Carpacagena Racing at number 21 AZ. 5th starting spot is your current USAC National Points leader, Kyle Cummins, in the Novix Outdoor. Avante Windows and Doors, number 3P, the driver to Princeton, Indiana. And next to him is going to be Logan Seavey, the Mount Mechanical Contractors drop light, number 57, out of Sutter, California. Brandon Maddox at Terre Haute, Indiana, the Whitman Roofing, TCB Speed North, number 28. He'll roll from 7th. From 8th, it will be Albuquerque, New Mexico's Travis Oldfield, the DRC Chevrolet, number 38 machine. The 34M inside of your next row, R.J. Miller out of Edgewood, Texas. The Pro Source, Maxim Miller Power, number 34, goes for the 9th starting spot. Next to him in 21 will be Kobe Simpson out of Bonham, Texas. The Beattown Automotive Sense and Performance Horses, number 21K. Dalton Stevens behind the wheel of the Pendleton Fars. Claxton DRC number 2B, the driver out of Scurry, Texas. He goes from 11th. From 12th, it's Tony Helton out of Spencer, Indiana. The Ace Corporation, DRC number 87. Final row from the inside in 17, Evan Parker to West Terre Haute, Indiana. The Marty Mars Concrete and Masonry, Parker Brothers Racing number 17P. And your final starter is set to be Dan Clodfelter out of Rockville, Indiana. The Dan's Wallet Pill Trainer Powered Ripper number 19C. As that'll be your scheduled lineup again for TJ Ford's Heat Race number 2. Again, 5 on the docket here today. Toyota Racing Development pace truck onto the front straightaway. U.S. Lawns also with the pace truck out here today. Of course, U.S. Lawns, the title sponsor of today's racing action. Parallax Group offers world-class power supply products to the RV industry. Parallax Group delivers high-quality assembly and manufacturing solutions in North America that exceed client expectation, focusing on quality and efficiency to ensure their products lead the industry. Go to parallaxgroupinc.com for more information. Again, added money up for grabs, $200 instead of $150 this week in Learn Lab qualifying. Grant last night, Moles tonight. Just talking about the Parallax Group, they and ProSource. ProSource, a long-time partner with the United States Auto Club. Had to step back a little bit, but every now and then we see Buck cruising around, and he's brought the passing master for the week up to $1,000 along with the Parallax Group. But that's every time drivers are on track. Now in the season long, it's every time they're on track during feature event competition for the drivers who qualify in. If you take a provisional, that's kind of like the hard charger. You can pass a bunch of cars, but it's kind of an unfair advantage, doesn't count.
Another thing to note about provisionals during Indiana Sprint Week is that they don't collect Indiana Sprint Week points. They'll collect national points if they're in the chase for a national points or for any reason at all. They will collect national points overall, but they won't get points toward the Indiana Sprint Week Championship. So that's one thing to keep in mind as we move forward this week.
Toyota Racing Development pace truck and the U.S. Lawns pace truck going to make its way down into the infield. Set to go 10 times around. TJ Ford's Heat Race number 2, Crum in the 83. Sets the pace off of the exit to number 4. We're underway. Sear has the advantage off into turns 1 and 2. Well, the advantage is going to be to Kevin Thomas Jr. Rolls the bottom and clips the coupon to the back straightaway. Goes third to first now up the racetrack. That car got all kinds of tight. Gavin Miller going to try to capitalize on that. The 21 not able to get by Kevin Thomas last night. Up on the wall and almost over the wall a couple of times. Now trying to get a little redemption here in Lincoln Park. Comes around to lead the way. Gavin Miller's got company. It is the 3P of Kyle Cummins into turns 1 and 2.
Wyatt Burns holds down that final transfer spot. Logan Seavey actually just gets by him out of turn number 2. We have one stopped in turn 1.
And that right there going to negate the pass of the 57 as it worked on the back straightaway. They were not able to come around and seal that envelope, so the letter's going to fall out. You'll have to drop it back in and send it one more time. 87 of Helton, the driver coming to a stop over there on the high side of turn number 1. A victim of the fluff. So order correct on the racetrack. Drivers hearing from timing and scoring on the receiver one-way communication. The 15 of Kevin Thomas Jr. leading. They left the door at the bank open on the start of this one. He was able to sneak on in and rob the vault. The 21 AZ of Gavin Miller sitting in second. Kyle Cummins in third. Wyatt Burke's going to gate the 4th spot back in hand now. Logan Seavey, who had the position, going to have to try to send it one more time here. He'll line up in 5th. Brandon Maddox in 6th. Chance Crum, your pole sitter, is in 7th. RJ Miller, Kobe Simpson, and Travis Oldfield right now running out your top 10.
So you have to wonder if Wyatt Burks was able to learn anything from that last attempted pass by Logan Seavey to see whether he's able to fend off another attempt by the 57.
So again, fans continuing to make their way into the stands. So if you are comfortable, you might have to scoot over a few inches. We, again, appreciate your consideration. We don't want anybody getting stuck in a walkway because that's when security is going to come up and ask them to move, and then they're going to make you move in order to accommodate. We do see a few more open spots down there, so again, please be considerate of the people who are still making the way into the grandstands, and also patient when you go up to get something to eat and something to drink. In the meantime, single file through the NOS Energy Start can, 2 laps in, 10 laps the distance. Off of turn number 4, we're back underway.
A good restart for Kevin Thomas Jr., but also a good restart for Gavin Miller, who is right there in tow, getting a really good run off of turn number 2 and turn number 3.
Gavin building momentum on the high side of the speedway. Kevin Thomas sliding himself. The 21 nearly up over the cushion that time in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Rolls right back up on it this time in turns 1 and 2. He has got momentum. The question is, does he pull the trigger on the back straightaway? He does not. He's going to roll onto the back bumper of Kevin Thomas, still trying to bide his time, and time has passed. In the meantime, battle for the transfer spot. Logan Seavey in the 57 throws her down into turns 1 and 2. The 11W powers by on the outside. Keep an eye on it. You got a battle at the front end, a battle for 4th as they make their way through turns 3 and 4. Kevin Thomas now gets just a little bit of breathing room as they make their way into turns 1 and 2, right to the middle groove. Gavin Miller is still there for the transfer spot. 3 cars now coming after it as Gavin Miller works the inside line. Kevin Thomas able to beat him to the punch, and that allows the 3P of Cummins into that mix.
Kyle Cummins makes that attempted pass there on Gavin Miller, not quite able to get it done, just ends up being side by side, files back into the 3rd place position. Wyatt Burks continuing to hold down the 4th transfer spot. Logan Seavey to his inside, still not able to clear it.
Logan Seavey, 3rd last night at the dirt track of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. A little bit of a kerfuffle there off the top of turn number 2, the 28. Spins her around, caution comes back out, and Seavey might be glad to see this one. Gavin Miller and Cummins, those two. I was actually getting ready to talk about that little battle going on, but the bigger issue coming into my field of view there, the Whitman's number 28, going up at the top of the racetrack. You can see the tire tracks where he went right through the fluff, and lucky he did not end up going over.
Yeah, so he kind of bounced it off the cushion, actually entering turn number 1, which just kind of then picked up a bounce, and exactly what you said, lucky that it didn't end up worse.
So they'll get him refired, and he'll be able to make his way out onto the racing surface. So Kevin Thomas Jr. got a pretty good challenge from Gavin Miller there a couple of times. At one point, the 21 able to pull up next to him, but not able to get by. Getting there is one thing, getting by is another. And Kevin Thomas, the wily veteran of the series, he's going to do everything he can to really get the car wide, get it out there, and try to break the momentum of anybody coming after him.
And much has been the same for the transfer spot, except Wyatt Burke's taken a much different approach to holding off Logan Seavey. He's actually continuing to just kind of hammer the top side of the racetrack.
Set to go back to green. 7 laps completed, and here comes Seavey on the restart. However, the caution will again rob him of a pass. Claude Felter in a no parking zone over in turn number 4.
So Logan Seavey will have to try again. He's got 3 more laps to try and make this one stick.
And that's where, as a driver, you just have to really start getting frustrated where you're like, I've passed you 3 times now. It's like being in traffic and the line starts moving, you get over, it stops, and the other line starts moving. If you've been on 70 at any point
Ever in your life, probably.
in downtown Indianapolis, you know exactly what it is. About the time you get moving, you go, pothole.
So the 19 of Claude Felter rejoin the tail of the field. Nothing's changed at the front of this one yet, although it's been a lot of really good racing up to this point.
So the 19 able to refire. He'll drop to the tail end of the lineup as the cause of the caution. Again, Kevin Thomas Jr., Gavin Miller, Kyle Cummins, Wyatt Burks, they remain in transfer spots. Logan Seavey couldn't have timed the last restart any better. Was able to get the run and get the pass into turns 1 and 2. Again, we'll see if Wyatt changes tactics here to try to block the charge of the Mount Mechanical Contractors, number 57. Crum lines up behind him, then Miller, Simpson, Stevens, and Oldfield, your top 10 through the NOS Energy Start can. Here we go. Seavey again. Peeking down to the bottom, throws the slide into turns 1 and 2. Can he make it hold? No. The 11W powers by on the outside, holds on to the transfer spot. In fact, he's going to go top shelf on the 3P, but he nearly missed the line on the entrance of 3.
So Wyatt Burks continuing to run much the same line. Now Logan Seavey gravitating to the top, and Kyle Cummins looks to the inside of Gavin Miller.
Cummins going to work by Gavin Miller in the 3, going to take over that second spot. Wave of the white flag, all eyes on the transfer spot. Seavey with a big run to the front straightaway, throws it to the bottom, takes it up across the racetrack, forces the 11 on the binders. That's exactly what he needed. trying to break the momentum of the 11W. Now going to slide himself through turns 3 and 4. That'll get it done as Kevin Thomas Jr. gets the heat race win. Kyle Cummins, Gavin Miller, Logan Seavey with the last lap heroics to get the final transfer spot. Wyatt Burks in 5th, Chance Crum in 6th, Kobe Simpson in 7th, RJ Miller, Dalton Stevens, and Brandon Maddox rounding out your top 10. Drivers moving on to the feature event. Logan Seavey in 4th, Gavin Miller in 3rd, Kyle Cummins in 2nd. Winner in that one is out of Coleman, Alabama, driving the Driven Metalloid 1 Inland Rigging into metal finishing number 15. Race fans, give him a hand, Kevin Thomas Jr. So Wyatt Burks, Chance Crum, Kobe Simpson, they're moving on into your 5-star body semi-feature event. RJ Miller in 8th, Dalton Stevens and Brandon Maddox going on into the Cookout C main. USACgear.com D main for Oldfield, Parker, Clodfelter, and Helton. K&N Filters heat race number 3 will start to make its way out onto the Speedway. It'll be led to the green by Todd Hobson at Clyde Victoria Austria. The NBL Transport Wingo Freeland Power DRC chassis number 77. Next to him, the Rocksteady Racing Majestic Electric number 3R. The driver to Sykeston, Missouri, that is Hunter Schurenberg. The 24P inside of your next row, Max Adams out of Loomis, California. The High Aspiration Farms Hawkins Auto Body entry. Outside of him, Ricky Lewis out of Oxnard, California. The Superior Tank and Trailer Messia Valley Transportation number 41. Zach Pretorius driving the Unleash the Beast TA Smith Distributing number 9Z out of Yorktown, Indiana. He'll go from 5th with Briggs Danner alongside out of Allentown, Pennsylvania. The Schneider & Sons Recycling Keystone Cap number 39. Rylan Gray from 7th out of Greenfield, Indiana. The Faidley Farms Kaiser number 1 machine. And next to him, Austin Nye, the Brigade Shooting Company, Billy's Tequila, number 97. Charles Davis Jr. to Buckeye, Arizona, the MP Environmental, Black Magic Beadbreaker, number 47. He goes from 9th. From 10th, it will be Tall. That's Trey Osborne. He's out of Columbus, Ohio, the Industrial Hydraulics Incorporated, Jeff Hill Trailer Sales, number 6T. Logan Prickett, the Boiler Up Racing Club, Trainer Chevrolet, DRC number 37, goes from 11th. Driver to Shelbyville, Indiana, with Blake Vermillion at a Greencastle. In the Custom Pallet Recycling, Vermillion Power, DRC chassis number 73 from 12th. 13th starting spot belongs to Jim Tribby at Martinsville, Indiana, the JTR Trainer DRC chassis number 9, and the 100 of Justin Manili at Brazil, Indiana, the Hoosier Towing Manili DRC chassis 100, set to round out your lineup in K&N Filters heat race number 3. If you haven't done so, K&N Filters has a really neat setup outside in Merchandise Row. Go ask about your vehicle, and don't forget you can also shop for filters for your home AC and heating system. So you can save money there instead of having to go every 3 months and buy another filter, install it, be frustrated. You can just pull that one out, clean it, let it dry, put it back in, and you're good to go. If it improves horsepower, imagine what it will do for your heating and AC.
I like that analogy. I think the logic is there.
Well, it's kind of like buying a USAC blanket. You throw it on the couch, adds $10 to the home value right there. That's
Minimum.
what I'm going with.
Minimum, yeah.
If your wardrobe is out of date, we can take care of you. Of course, remember, over half of the Sprint Week t-shirts are already gone. So if you want to get yours secured, you might want to go to USACgear.com and go ahead and buy it online. Of course, it's always good to go back to the trailer. We've got all kinds of great options back there. You can also sign up to be tonight's AMSOIL Inside the Oval winner. Remember, you and a guest, if your name is chosen, you get to ride in that pace truck at the start of the feature event, so you get the view of the 4 wide from the pace truck. And you get to watch all the action from the infield, so we'll be calling that name as soon as our heat races wrap up. So again, 2 pace trucks on the evening. U.S. Lawns, the title sponsor of tonight's racing action here at Lincoln Park Speedway. I want to thank them for their support not only of tonight's racing action, but weekly racing action here at the Capital of Cush.
So Hobson and Schoenberg on the front row of this one for K&N Filters heat race number 3. Max Adams and Ricky Lewis rounding out those top 4 spots, which is where you'll want to be if you want to take it straight into the A main or your green.
Drag race into turns 1 and 2. Who's going to have the advantage? Hunter Percent doing 100% on the outside. Got it. The Majestic Electric Rocksteady Racer number 3R. Going to take off of the race lead challenge for second. Hobson going to fend off the charge with 41 of Ricky Lewis. Battle for the transfer spot. Here comes the 39. Down to the inside rolls Briggs Danner. Oh, man, the Beast was nearly unleashed off of the cushion of the 9Z as he just about took her over there. Caution, though, going to come out. 100% leading, but the driver with 100 on the hood has come to a stop at the inside of run number 2, Manili. So crew going to work getting the 100 clear for the bottom side of the speedway. One lap officially completed. Hunter Schoenberg leading, Todd Hobson in second, Ricky Lewis and Briggs Danner right now. The drivers sitting in transfer spots.
And one other thing that I would like to mention, because I've seen some discourse over why we did not use split qualifying in tonight's feature field, or tonight's qualifying field, with a 71 car entry count. We used to use split qualifying with the AMSOIL USAC National Sprint Car Series, which would be where there would be Group A and Group B of qualifying, and they would qualify only against those cars, and then the heat races would just consist of those cars only. The competitors actually voted it out several years ago. The drivers and teams did not want it anymore.
Yeah, that's one thing in USAC. They have rules meetings at the end of the year, and they're actually live streamed. You can tune in and hear what's being discussed. Like you said, that was not a decision of USAC. That was a decision of its owners and drivers. So if you're wondering, like you said, they made the call. And they put on a heck of a show in qualifying at the same time as we go back to green. Schoenberg having to get his wheels back underneath him last night. Boy, he's not wasting any time showing he knows has had a wheel here tonight. Leads the way, challenge for the second spot. Look at the slides off from Ricky Lewis. Takes over second from Hobson here. Bounces her off the cushion. Hobson trying to get back to the inside, but the Steel Products number 77 not able to cut his way by. The 39 of Briggs Danner running the fourth spot now. He's got Pretorius, who had that position at the start of this. Bounced her hard off of the cushion. Now works around the bottom side of the speedway, trying to make something happen in there. So far, not able to. Adams, Gray, Charles Davis, Nye, and Osborne right now your top 10. Keep an eye on Lewis. He's closing in, looking for the lead.
Ricky Lewis dives to the inside of Hunter Schoenberg. They both let it float up the racetrack. He might have another opportunity here as we head into turn number 3. Going to try to circle the 3R on the outside. Schoenberg using that old Kevin Thomas Jr. line that we just saw a few heat races ago to keep that car nice and wide for the middle.
Taking the momentum away from Ricky Lewis there for a second. The CML Transportation number 41 going to try to grab another gear. Goes to the high side of 3 and 4. Schoenberg round the bottom now. Leaves the inside open. Lewis not able to get there. The 3R. He's got that thing all over the place. Doesn't get high enough, fast enough. The 41's going to go by. Ricky Lewis takes over as they make their way into turns 3 and 4. Coming around to complete lap number 7.
Now here comes Briggs Danner. He's got the same thing wound up on the top side of the racetrack. Schoenberg moves up just a little bit and blocks that charge out of the 39 Danner.
That time making sure he left no room on the high side of the racetrack. Hobson, in the meantime, has gotten shuffled back to the final transfer spot as we work into the closing laps. White flag will be displayed next time by. Everybody tiptoeing around a slower car here among the top 3. Ricky Lewis using it to his advantage, able to pull away a little bit. 1 to go here in heat race number 3. Field working down the front straightaway. Leaders onto the back straightaway. Into turns 3 and 4 one last time. What a charge, what a drive. It's going to be rewarded with victory. Ricky Lewis wins heat race number 3. Hunter Schoenberg in second, Briggs Danner in third. Todd Hobson takes the final transfer spot here in Caden Filters heat race number 3. Zach Pretorius in 5th, Max Adams in 6th, Ryan LeGray in 7th, Charles Davis Jr., Austin I, Logan Prickett. That's your top 10. But the drivers moving on to the feature. Hobson in 4th, Danner in 3rd, Schoenberg in 2nd. Winners out of Oxnard, California, the Superior Tank and Trailer Stinson DRC Physical Medicine Consultants, number 41. Race fans, give them a hand, Ricky Lewis. Two more heat races to go. Indy Power Sports heat race number 4. Next on the card, at Rockland, California, the Suburban Subaru. Dean's Waterfront Services, number 12 of the Madman. Robert Ballou will lead him down to the drop of the green flag. Outside of him, Austin Corey. Corey at Morristown, Indiana, the Browns Oil Service. Cater John DRC, number 49. Next row from the inside, he's out of Phoenix, Arizona, driving the Ripper. Eclipse Claim Consulting. Avante Windows and Doors, number 51. It'll be J.J. Yaley. And for the 4th starting spot, out of Ione, California, the NOS Energy Drink. Gibbyville Logistics, Top Industries, number 4. That is Justin Grant. Next row up on the inside, C.J. Leary at Greenfield, Indiana. The Jarvis Enterprises, Foxco DRC, number 53. And from the 6th starting spot, set to be Harley Burns at Brazil, Indiana. The Britt Arrow, Timberland Lumber Company, number 16. The I-1 of Ivan Glotzbach at Fillmore, Indiana. Driving the Pizza King, Tyler Cox Realty, number I-1. He goes from 7th. From 8th, Eli Wilhelmus at Newburgh, Indiana. The Traders Brewing Company, Jerry Eigner Construction, number 55. The 99J inside of your next row, that's Kyle Johnson out of Greencastle, Indiana. The Two Brothers Farms Mobile Tax Service entry. And outside of him, it'll be Brandon Spencer to Nashville, Indiana. The AA Auto Body, Ryan Myers DRC Chassis, number 22. Braden Cromwell out of Lone Jack, Missouri. The DK Excavation, Level Up KC. Rachel Cromwell owned number 4X. He will ride from the 11th starting spot with the 8 of Brian Brewer. Out of Valonia, Indiana, driver the JS Farms. Spec Maxim Chassis, Tony Robertson owned number 8 machine. He'll go from 12th. 13 starter, the 8X, that is the Freedom Roofing J&D Racing Engine Spike entry of Michael Carnket of Brazil, Indiana. And your final starter is set to be Mike Larison out of Avon, Indiana. Driver the Ditcho Trailer Sales Spec DRC, Nelson Contracting, number 06. As that'll be your scheduled lineup again for Indy Power Sports Heat Race number 4. Indy Power Sports, the official side-by-side and four-wheeler provider for the officials of the United States Auto Club. So final couple of drivers making its way out of the staging lane. Don't forget, as long as you're inside the state of Indiana, you can play along with the RaceAid 50/50. RaceAid.fund/50/50 if you want to type it into your phone. If you're on the broadcast, the QR code up on the screen. And it was over $2,000 coming into today. $2,560 is what the pot is up to, so the winner share right now sitting at $1,280. There is no reason somebody can't win $10,000 when Sprint Week comes to a close. The winner will be drawn on August 3rd. You have through August 2nd to play along. And again, proceeds going to benefit RaceAid. That is a benevolent fund of the United States Auto Club, and that goes, as we've explained, to help drivers who are injured, officials, family members. It could be something as simple as or as complex as a house fire or an auto accident. And that's where RaceAid comes in. So RaceAid.fund/50/50. Again, you must be inside the state of Indiana in order to participate, 18 years or older, as we get ready to go to green here in Indy Power Sports Heat Race number 4. Robert Ballou set to bring him down to the drop of the green flag.
A driver who I believe still has more heat races on the season than anybody else. So we'll expect big things out of the 12 here.
On the front straightaway and underway. The Bad Man can roll her up the racetrack here, and he will lead. Look to the inside, J.J. Yaley. Driver of the 51 going to try to take up the second spot. Dustin Grant tries to take it 3 wide for the runner-up position. He'll have to get on the binders there, Yaley. Oh, look out, the 49 off the top of the racetrack. A lot of end over end and barrel rolling going on. Austin Corey with a massive sequence of flips off of the top of the racetrack. Officials quickly on scene. Getting word from the top of the racetrack, driver is okay. A little bit of debris getting gathered up off of the racetrack, a wheel half in the hands of old McCarty down there. Helping Dave pick up some of the debris. And we'll get a replay here on the FloRacing broadcast as they make their way into turns 1 and 2. And goes in, hooks the cushion, and boy, it takes him for a ride. And to correct myself, looked like he had gone end over end at first, but no, just going into a sequence of barrel rolls as they slow the frame rate down and goes in. And man, that thing just reaches out and grabs him, and he goes for a ride. And not in the frame, but you had mentioned it looked like Glotzbach may have actually run over that debris.
Yes, you have to wonder if all the tires are stood up on Glotzbach's car. Likely that somebody's already checked that from this point. So yeah, really interesting the way that it hit the cushion and just snapped around so quickly.
Getting a look at the I-1, and everything looks okay from this angle, and we'll get them refired and get a better look at it here. As they get the car up on the hook, they'll get him cleared back down to the pit area, hopefully. Austin will be able to get things put back together. Had been running in second, goes to the high side. He had Yaley and Grant coming after him. And unfortunately, the cushion reached out and grabbed him. And that's one where, and we talk about it so much, especially in non-wing racing, where you have to have the rear tire spun up so much when you go out there, because if you don't, even if you hit it at the right angle, not having enough RPM, enough wheel spin, that's where it's going to just bring you to that stop, and it's going to send you up off the racetrack.
Yep, they don't like that either. So tough break there for Austin Corey, who will be lined up in the D main event, which unfortunately is following immediately after these heat races. So they won't have a whole lot of time. Hopefully they're able to get things put back together.
So the field will begin to refire. Talked about the Indiana Sprint Week shirts. Over half of those are already gone. Drivers, teams, they have T-shirt trailers all over the place back up behind the racetrack. Talked about this earlier. Brady Bacon, Ciciana, sent me a reminder text here. The all-new Indiana Sprint Week T-shirt and hoodies. And the victory lane pose now, his daughter Levany always gets up on the right rear. She is on the T-shirt this time. So you got Brady, you got Levany. I feel like that's worth an extra $5.
It's got to be, yeah. So Lindley's been a fun addition to the right rear festivities in victory lane.
So his daughter on the T-shirt along with dad, and also Logan Seavey going to be signing autographs at his merchandise trailer following our final heat race. So you can go out there and get some fresh Logan Seavey merchandise and get it autographed. So Lindley with the pose on the back of the shirt. So field beginning to reassemble here as we get ready to go back to green. Robert Ballou leading. J.J. Yaley in the 51 lines up in second. 10-time starter here at Lincoln Park for the USAC Amsoil Sprint Car National Championship. His last feature start, Indiana Sprint Week competition back in 2004. His best performance here in the former non-wing nationals back in 1998. Ran second. Matched that in 99 and 2003 during Indiana Sprint Week competitions. We go back to green. Now the question is, can he hold off Justin Grant? Make their way into turns 3 and 4. Yaley around the bottom. Oh, that car gets all kinds of tied up the racetrack. Costs him 1, possibly 2. Here comes Leary in 53.
CJ Leary sneaks by Justin Grant straight to the top side of the racetrack once he got by Yaley. He's going to try to run down Robert Ballou, who had a really good restart, but Grant is quickly closing.
Yaley throwing the car in just a little bit harder that time. She's able to rotate, coil over on the front end of the number 51. A little bit different suspension setup here. It's a little bit of a run up the racetrack. In the meantime, Justin Grant in the hunt of a madman as they work onto the front straightaway. The 12 down to the bottom, the 4 up to the outside. Does Grant have the run to the back straightaway? Not quite. He's going to duck down, look to the inside, and short slide across the nose of the 12 for the lead. Ballou back to his inside. It's Justin Grant showing the way at the cross flags.
Robert Ballou not done yet. Going to slide again to the inside of the 4. Justin Grant able to continue circling on the outside of the racetrack. Now able to put some distance between himself and the 12.
Robert down to the bottom, Justin to the outside with momentum, going to start to pull away. One driver all kinds of squirreled up at the exit. Turn number 2 gets it rolled back underneath them. We avoid the caution. Well, maybe for a moment. That's the 8 of Brewer. They come off a turn at number 4. Battle of the 8 to the back of the field. And Grant's coming up on him now. This might slow his roll just a little bit here as they work into turns 3 and 4. He kind of has to roll out. He noticed he got off of the cushion quickly there as he works onto the front straightaway. He's cleared one. He's going after the other. Robert Ballou now. He's held up.
Yep, Justin Grant, Robert Ballou, both really smart race car drivers, able to tiptoe through that traffic. Robert Ballou maybe getting a little bit close there as the battle for the transfer spot is on.
Harley Burns coming after J.J. Yaley. J.J. with a good run that time through the middle of turns 3 and 4. Going back to your leader as Grant works onto the back straightaway comfortably in this one. Keep an eye on the transfer spot as Justin Grant comes around to win in heat race number 4. Ballou in second, Leary in third. The transfer spot off of turn number 4. Yaley going to hold on to it. Harley Burns gave her a run but couldn't get there. Will Helmus going to cross in 6. Kyle Jones in 7. Glotzbach, Spencer, Cromwell rounds out your top 10. So the 4 drivers moving on, all former USAC National Sprint Car champions. J.J. Yaley in 4th, C.J. Leary in 3rd, Robert Ballou in 2nd. Driver at the top of the heap. And of Ione, California, the NOS Energy MPV Logistics number 4. Give him a hand, Justin Grant. Harley Burns, Eli Wilhelmus, Kyle Johnson going on into the 5-star body semi-feature event. Glotzbach, Spencer, and Cromwell into your Cookout C feature. And that D continues to grow. 11th on back, Clark, Brewer, Corey, and unofficially, Larison, rounding out your field. Don Moole at Heathcote, Victoria, Australia as we get ready to go. Into K1 Race Gear Heat Race number 5. The Epperson Painting Incorporated, Sherwin Williams, number 2E, going to lead him down to the drop of the green flag. Outside of him, Chase Stockton at Fort Branch, Indiana. The Engel Machine and Tool Kistler DRC chassis number 92. Jaden Rogers out of Worthington, Indiana. The Beasley's Railcar Repair, American Gym Racing number 14. He'll go from 3rd, and 4th is going to be the Throttle. Shane Cottle out of Kansas, Illinois. The SRA Indy Speedway Spike at number 34. The Macho Man, Brady Bacon out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. The Concord American Flagpole Racer Magazine number 20. He'll go from 5th. From 6th, it'll be T-Mez, Thomas Mesral out of San Jose, California. The Parts Authority Knox Enterprises number 24. Hayden Reinbold at Gilbert, Arizona. The AME Electrical number 19. He'll go from 7th. From 8th, Great Scott, it's Jake Scott at Morgantown, Indiana. The Access Underground, Terry Cummins, DRC chassis number 33. The 45 in, Troy Carey at Tullamore, New South Wales, Australia. The Skyline Building, Claxton Ripper number 45 in. He'll roll from 9th. From 10th, that will be David Gasper. Gasper out of Santa Barbara, California. The Simply Birdhouse, TSR Clee number 77S. Jake Vermillion out of Greencastle, Indiana. The Custom Pallet Recycling number 5B. From 11th. From 12th, Gabriel Gilbert driving the DRC Chevrolet number 10G. And the 33M, Jesse Miller, the Dynamite Welding Chevrolet Spike number 33, set to round out your field. Field going to start to assemble behind the Toyota Racing Development as well as the U.S. Lawns Pace truck. Todd Moole in the 2. In search of his first USAC National Feature start here, the 92 at Chase Stockton, winner. Back in the Putnamville Twin Features, he won the first round in 2020. He's a 32-time starter in USAC National Sprint Car competition here at Lincoln Park.
It's also the 2020 Indiana Sprint Week champion.
Toyota Racing Development Pace truck down into the infield, set to go to green. NOS Energy start cam, the starting point. Ooh, a little bit of tap of the tires there coming around to the exit turn number 4. That might anger the Moose here as they make their way through turns 1 and 2. Moole's going to have the advantage. Stockton, 4 hoofs deep in this one, going to see if he can go up and challenge him with Brady Bacon. The Concord American Flagpole number 20 is there, along with the 14 of Jaden Rogers. No surprise to see Jaden very aggressive here. This basically is home track as they work onto the back straightway up into that 3rd spot. Battle for 4th. Here comes Cottle in the 34. Across the nose of Brady Bacon. Bacon turns back to his inside. Came on for the 4th spot.
Brady Bacon under all kinds of fire from both Shane Cottle and what had been Jaden Rogers. Now Brady Bacon up to the nose of the 34 of Cottle. He gets off the backstretch and has to gather it back up.
Cottle gets back of the racetrack. Thomas Meserol there into that mix as well. And boy, he just about threw her through the cushion of turns 1 and 2 last time around. Cottle, problems, slows him on the front straightaway. Indy Power Sports four-wheeler came up behind Cottle there, and he waved him off, so it looked like maybe the car had died, but Cottle continues to roll, and you have to wonder if he's maybe waiting for somebody to come by to deliver a message. There's some pretty tight racing going on back there, and he's not happy with Brady. He's going to let him know about it, so. So Cottle's going to cost the pocketbook there. That's going to be a fine.
Yeah, so we saw that incident between Brady Bacon, who slid up in front of Shane Cottle. There was no contact, but it did get Cottle up, the cars upset and off the backstretch of the Lincoln Park Speedway. So that was.
So we'll get a look at what we're talking about here. Again, this the exit of turn number 2. Brady up the racetrack. Again, no contact. In fact, there was a ton of room there between Brady and Shane. See if we can look at it again. They're going to slow it down. Brady up the racetrack.
Cottle on the brakes there.
Yeah, so he was on the brakes, so Brady didn't do anything wrong. It's just a matter of one pedal over the other, and unfortunately Shane just didn't quite get her woed up fast enough. We get ready to go back to green. The 92 going to bring him around single file past the NOS Energy start can. We're underway.
Chase Stockton going to try to set sail. Jaden Rogers not letting him get anywhere too fast. Rogers closes immensely down the backstretch.
Up to the high side goes the 14, 92 around the bottom. Keep an eye on the transfer spot. Team Ez is still there in that mix. Brady likewise trying to get some insurance here as they work onto the far side of the speedway. Jaden Rogers in the meantime all over the back bumper of the 92. Stockton so far fins off the Beasley's rail car repair number 14. Throws some coal in the boiler and tries to get that train a truck in for the transfer spot. Team Ez with a slider die move in turns 1 and 2. Takes over the spot, and he will take the Aussie back into semi-feature territory, and the battle is still on to the front of the field, and we might have a new contender. Brady has really closed into the 20.
Jaden Rogers still right there with Chase Stockton. Yeah, Brady Bacon continuing to close that gap little by little as those two continue racing up front.
Stockton in the 92 continues to have the advantage. They work on to the far side of the speedway through turns 3 and 4. The 92 around the bottom, the 14 to the outside, and wow, look at the drive onto the front straightaway. With 2 laps to go, Jaden Rogers going to take over. Stockton trying to come back after him as they work into turns 3 and 4. Rolls the middle, the 14's up on the cushion. He's got that right rear humming right now as they come around to the wave of the white flag. Bacon in the meantime holds on to the transfer spot on the back straightaway one last time. And into turns 3 and 4. Checker flag going to come out this one. Jaden Rogers, winner. Heat race number 5, Stockton, Bacon, and Team Ez. Going to take the final transfer spot. Moole in 5th, Gasper, Reinbold, Cottle, Vermillion, and Troy Carey. Unofficially rounding out your top 10. So the 4 drivers moving on. Team Ez in 4th, Bacon in 3rd, Stockton in 2nd. And how about it, race fans, for the driver to Worthington, Indiana, the Beasley's red car pair number 14. Give him a hand, Jaden Rogers. Todd Moole, David Gasper, Hayden Reinbold, they are moving on into your 5-star body semi-feature event. Cottle, Vermillion, and Carey into the C. Gilbert, Miller, and Scott into the D. So heat races in the books. K1 Race Gear Heat Race number 1, topped by Jake Swanson. TJ Ford's Heat Race number 2 by Kevin Thomas Jr. Kane and Filters Heat Race number 3 went to Ricky Lewis. Justin Grant and Indy Power Sports Heat Race number 4. And K1 Race Gear Heat Race number 5, again to Jaden Rogers. We'll have our heat race winners come around onto the fan side of the grandstands here in just a little bit. We'll be able to get a word with them. We'll have Christy Leary and Genevieve Malone down to the base of the grandstands. Also a good time to go down and meet some of these drivers here for just a moment before we have to send them back to the pits. So kids, if you want to go down and meet some of the drivers, you can go down and do that here in just a little bit. Logan Seavey is signing autographs at his merchandise trailer. And again, a good time to go down and check out and get your Indiana Sprint Week t-shirt. Again, more than half of that inventory is already gone, so stop by the USAC merchandise trailer while your size and color is still available.
Thank you kindly.
So drivers making their way up into the grandstands. Got just a couple more to make their way up in there before we're able to go down and get a word with them. MPI takes every aspect of construction and safety to heart in the most accurate and dedicated way possible. Safety, construction, R&D, it's all paramount to all MPI innovation products, including steering wheels, gloves, and seats. For more, go to maxpappasinc.com. So the drivers have assembled. Let's go down to the base of the grandstands.
So Jake Swanson picked up K1 Race Gear Heat Race #1, had it wound up on the top side of the racetrack for a lot of that heat race, and you were able to capitalize on one minor mistake out of Bo Brandon. Do you feel like being able to take advantage of those opportunities is the name of the game tonight with such a big field?
Yeah, for sure. Also, not beating yourself, and honestly, that like the start, I thought was kind of weird. I don't know. I got to talk to Spridge about that one, but he definitely left before the NOS cone, and I just wanted to make sure I didn't, because if I got called back, I would really kick myself. It's going to be hard to make that real estate back, obviously. So either way, didn't matter. We ended up getting by him, but you never know. A different time with a different race car driver, and you might put yourself in a bad spot. So we definitely got to make sure we're making consistent calls. But this place is great, man. I'm just impressed with what they're able to do for 71 race cars. It's still racy. Obviously, Mitchell made us all look foolish there. Went out there and broke the track record, and definitely you couldn't say that, well, I went out late and it cost me in qualifying tonight. No, he was pretty good. So just obviously thankful we won the heat race, because I would have started 20th in the feature. We definitely didn't need to do that, and I'm not sure why I'm not able to qualify here. I used to be okay at qualifying, and now I'm just kind of struggling. But either way, I'll get it figured out. It's awesome seeing all you fans here. This place is packed. I love this place. It's one of my favorite racetracks to come to. So thank you all for coming out. Hopefully we can put this Inland Regan 5T in victory circle.
Jake Swanson picked up K1 Race Gear Heat Race #1. Genevieve.
Kevin Thomas Jr. picking up tonight's TJ Forge Heat 2 win, and now multiple cautions, multiple opportunities for not only for yourself but others to capitalize. How do you protect?
I felt like I had a really good race car, but I knew who was behind me. So the track was changing. We saw a couple of times the top get going and the bottom come in. So I wasn't real sure where to go, but I felt good where I was at. But I heard the 21AZ for a little bit around the top, and just try to change up my restarts and get going a little bit, get some space, and just make mistakes or mistake-free laps.
Kevin Thomas Jr. securing himself a position in tonight's feature, our TJ Forge Heat 2 win. Over to Christy with Ricky Lewis.
Ricky Lewis was your winner of K&N Filters Heat Race #3, who's also presenting this NOS Energy Drink Indiana Sprint Week for you. And Ricky had a lot of pressure and momentum up on the top side of the racetrack as well, which has been a theme, it sounds like, among our heat race winners. So obviously that's the line that was preferred during the heat race action. Do you have a plan for adjusting that line as it continues to change throughout the night?
For the most part, I feel like here there's not really much adjusting, right? There's some guys that can get the bottom going pretty good, but I'm not, so I don't seem to be one of them. So I just kept it free, and I'm probably not gonna do a whole lot and just kind of go bash the curb for 30 laps. So I think coming here for some local races helps, right? Like obviously Jaden runs here a lot, and I feel like a lot of the local guys qualify pretty well, and like I said, just having extra laps here I think helps a little bit too.
Ricky Lewis was your winner of K&N Filters Heat Race #3.
And Justin Grant, a winner last night, and our Indy Power Sports Heat 4 winner now. Working the high side, how much was it of a combination of having patience and just knowing you'll be able to get around Robert eventually?
Yeah, you never know. Robert's got plenty of speed in him a lot of times, and especially when it kind of gets a little dirty across the middle like that, he can really make speed scratching across there. But kind of a little bit of patience the first lap or two racing with JJ, and just kind of feeling out that big tall Putnamville curb, and then after that was just hammer away and go try and run Robert down and beat him. We didn't qualify the best tonight, so that was a pretty important heat race win for us. So get up in the seat and go get us started up near the front of the field.
Justin Grant taking that Indy Power Sports Heat forward. Over to Christy to round it out with Jaden Rogers.
Jaden Rogers was your winner of K1 Race Gear Heat Race #5. 5 really big, really stacked heat races, and you were able to make that charge again on the top side of the racetrack. How many laps here in local competition has led to you being a favorite almost every time we come here to Lincoln Park Speedway with the AMSL USAC National Sprint Car Series?
Yeah, a lot. They do a good job of putting a cushion on this place every weekend, and producing a really good racetrack, and I was lucky enough to be in the 5th heat whenever it kind of got widened out to where you could race a little bit. So just showed Chase the nose enough that I got him to move down a little bit and circled around the top of him. But that was a big improvement on our starting spot for the feature. So just happy and comfortable. Like I said last night, I just got to do my job.
Jaden Rogers, your winner of K1 Race Gear Heat Race number 5. Brian, what a treat it was to have 5 completely action-packed heat races for a packed grandstands at Lincoln Park Speedway.
Indeed, thank you very much. The horn sounding for drivers to assemble for USACgear.com D-Feature competition. Tonight's AMSOIL Inside the Oval winner, you and a guest. Going to get to ride to the pace truck, watch all the action from the infield, report to the USAC merchandise trailer, Paul Potts. Paul Potts, you are tonight's AMSOIL Inside the Oval winner, you and a guest. Get to ride along if you'll please report to the USAC merchandise trailer. So Ricky Lewis making his way into the grandstands. He's going to sign some autographs. 16 wins across the country, still in search of that USAC national score. We'll see if it comes here during Sprint Week competition. In the meantime, on the FloRacing broadcast, we're going to step away for a moment. We'll be back.
I'm Justin Grant. You're watching USAC on FloRacing.
For the first time in 11 seasons, the USAC Silver Crown Championship returns to Iowa Speedway. The fast-paced Newton, Iowa 7/8 mile paved oval is primed for open-wheel champ car action at the Iowa 100 on Saturday, August 8th. Bobby Santos won the series' last appearance in 2015 and aims to defend the throne. The 100-lap main event is set to commence at approximately 8 p.m. following the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race. Get your tickets now at iowaspeedway.com.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
You boys up for a challenge? How about this? Anything you can do, I can do faster. Okay, bro. I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder.
Slicker.
Cooler. Tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
Indy Metal Finishing is a family-owned and operated business with 30 years of experience in the industry. Their mission is to support their customers with an exceptional level of quality and service. Conveniently located minutes from downtown Indianapolis, Indy Metal Finishing offers Type 2 and Type 3 anodizing chemical conversions, passivation, and electroless nickel services to motorsports, medical, military, aerospace, and manufacturing industries. Indy Metal Finishing is ISO certified and holds an FFL license. If you have any questions, please call Indy Metal Finishing today at 317-858-5353. Find them online at Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter at Indy Metal Finishing, or visit their website at indymetalfinishing.com.
Get ready for new Kias with 0% financing at Lou Fuse Kia Evansville. The Ready, Set, Drive sales event is happening now. Get ready for big savings on new K4s, only $169 a month. You're set with Sorrentos, just $279 a month or 0% financing. Drive home Tellurides, now $299 a month or 0%. At Lou Fuse Kia Evansville, home of the 200,000-mile warranty. Lou Fuse, we are family.
Gas prices keep rising, and fuel economy matters more than ever. Meet Fuel Joules, the only time-release fuel additive on the market. It can increase fuel economy by up to 7% that lasts up to 6,000 miles. It cleans and lubricates while restoring power and performance. Plus, every bottle sold supports the National Breast Cancer Foundation, which is dedicated to supporting women now, like funding life-saving early detection screenings and so much more. Help save money and lives with Fuel Jewels. Visit TrueBrandProducts.com to get your bottle today.
Welcome back to Lincoln Park Speedway, night number 2 of NOS Energy Drink Indiana Sprint Week, presented by K&N Filters. USACgear.com D feature next on the program. Cars making their way into the staging lane. The Toyota Racing Development pace truck along with the U.S. Lawns pace truck already making circles around the 5/16 mile clay oval. Two drivers going to move on from the D feature. Back of the C, 4 drivers from the C to the semi, 4 from the semi to the A main. And your lineup and your USACgear.com D feature set to roll to the green like this. Drivers slated for the pole positions out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. It'll be Travis Oldfield in the DRC Chevrolet number 38. Next to him, it'll be Blake Vermillion out of Greencastle, Indiana, driven the Custom Pallet Recycling number 73. The 10G, Gabriel Gilbert out of Greenwood, Indiana, driven the DRC Chevrolet entry. He'll go from 3rd. The 12J of Steve Justice out of Evansville, Indiana, the Smoking Bong Head Shop Spec DRC chassis number 12. Goes from 4th. The 8X from 5th. That is Michael Clark out of Brazil, Indiana, the Freedom Roofing entry. Next to him, it'll be Brian Brewer out of Bologna, Indiana, driving the VFW Post 4829 number 8 machine. The 17P inside of your next row, Evan Parker to West Terre Haute, Indiana, driven the Rogers Home Improvements, Marty Mars Concrete and Masonry, number 17P. And from the 8th starting spot, it'll be Jim Tribby out of Martinsville, Indiana, the JTR Indy Race Parts, number 9. The 33M of Jesse Miller out of Cloverdale, Indiana, the Dynamite Welding entry. He'll go from 9th. From 10th in 43, that'll be Brennan Marshall, the Fat Heifer Breeding Company, Miller Maxon, number 43. The 15E of Dakota Earls out of Independence, Missouri, the Wholesale Battery, Show Me Guttering, number 15. From 11th. From 12th, the 19C, Dan Clodfelter out of Rockville, Indiana. The Dan's Wallet, Bill Trainer, Ripper Chassis, number 19. And the 100 of Justin Manili out of Brazil, Indiana. The Hoosier Towing, Manili Construction, Shaw Chiropractic entry set to round out your field here in USACgear.com D-Feature competition. ProSource also coming on to sponsor your D features here this evening. So ProSource coming in and tossing a little extra cash to the drivers, $100 to the winner of the D feature. So drivers continue to make their way out to the racing surface. Again, we hope you can participate in the Race Aid 50/50. Started yesterday, and it goes all the way through August 2nd. The winner going to be drawn on August 3rd. raceaid.fund/50/50. You can also scan the QR code here on the broadcast. Again, must be 18 years or older to participate. And participants must be located inside the state of Indiana at the time of purchase. Void where prohibited. Conducted by United States Auto Club, USAC Race Aid, and Indiana 501c3 public charity. Again, all the proceeds, near 100%. going back into Race Aid that used to be called the USAC Benevolent Fund. And again, this goes out to teams, drivers, officials, families, those that find themselves in need. It's not just an on-track or an at-track incident that may find you struggling. It could be driving home. It can be driving home and finding out, hey, there shouldn't be smoke coming out of the top of my house. Any kind of thing like that that pops up. That's where Race Aid comes in, and they have helped drivers by donating tens of thousands of dollars over the years. So we hope you would help to keep Race Aid alive and well and able to help these families in their time of need. Again, raceaid.fund/5050 to type it in or scan the QR code. So working on getting a couple of drivers in their proper starting positions here. So Travis Oldfield and Blake Vermillion on row number 1. Gabriel Gilbert in the 10. A no-show, so that adjusts the lineup. Moves the 8 of Michael Clark up to the inside of row number 2. The 12J of Steve Justice alongside him. So that inside row moving straight up. Toyota Racing Development pace truck down to the infield to the NOS Energy start can. Here we go. 8 laps the distance. 2 going to move on. Field Racing off into turns 1 and 2. They'll pace onto the back straightaway. Vermillion right now with the advantage. Clark trying to work to the inside and see if he can get the run in the transfer spot on the outside. So far, Oldfield able to keep him at bay in the 38. They work on to the back straightaway. Does a good job. Ooh, we got one taking the joker line. The 8 of Brewer. Cutting down through the infield. Brings the back of the racing surface. Does a good job of actually avoiding what could have been a really bad situation there. As your top 2 going to try to pull away. Problems for Manili. Got crossed up at the exit turn 4 at the back of the field. Gets it rolling. Right now, race lead in the hands of Blake Vermillion in the 73. In search of his first career USAC National Sprint Car start here. Has a long way to go to get it done. Caution, Manili. Driver the number 8, the plane number 8 of Brian Brewer getting a warning from the flag stand. The furrowed black flag being pointed at him. Get Manili freed from the bottom side of the speedway. The Indy Power Sports 4-wheeler. We'll see if that car is able to refire. So the 100 will grab the brake, locker in gear. We'll wait for the field to make their way by. And we'll get him refired, and he'll drop to the tail end of the field as the cause of the caution. Blake Vermillion leading. Travis Oldfield in the number 38 running in second. Again, those 2 drivers sitting in transfer spots right now. Vermillion overall in his season across regional competition, 5 feature starts and a pair of top 10 finishes. Oldfield in the 38. 1 start and includes a top 10 at Bloomington Weekly competition. We get back after it. He's immediately going to be under attack from the 8X of Michael Clark. Clark tried to look to the inside, was able to get there on the restart, continues to work the bottom side of the speedway. Oldfield up top. We got one crossed up, the 8. Brewer down in the infield and onto the apron. Looks like his D feature going to come to a close. Something not right on the number 8 machine. And now we got another one parked down just inside of the racetrack. He's down onto the grass, though. So he is far enough away from the racing surface. They're going to go ahead and stay green. Vermillion leading. Oldfield holds on to the second spot. Clark running in third. Justice running in fourth. Dakota Earls sitting in the 5th spot right now. The 15E working the top side around to the front straightway. About to be 1 lap to go in this one. Leader working down around the bottom side of the racetrack to turns 3 and 4. Final trip around, trying to fight his way up through the alphabet. Oldfield up on the cushion, trying to reel him in as they make their way off into turns 3 and 4 one last time. Your pro source, USACgear.com, D-Main goes to Blake Vermillion. In 73, Travis Oldfield in second. He's going to move on with them up into the Cookout C feature. Clark, Justice, Earls rounding out your top 5. Marshall, Parker, Miller, Manili, and Clodfelter rounds out your top 10. Brewer and Tribby round out your field with that one. But the 2 drivers moving on. The 38 of Travis Oldfield in second. Winner in the number 73 coming to you out of Greencastle, Indiana. Give him a hand. Blake Vermillion keeps his night alive. Cookout C feature drivers already sitting up at the staging lane. Toyota Racing Development pace truck and the U.S. Lawns pace truck going to begin to make their way back out onto the racing surface as they clear some of the cars out of the infield. Of course, very early on in the runnings here for NOS Energy Drink Indiana Sprint Week presented by K&N Filters. Looking ahead on the schedule, of course, we hope you can join us tomorrow. We're going to head north, and we're going to be at Indiana's baddest bull ring. We're talking Kokomo Speedway. Lawrenceburg Speedway the following night on the 26th. So from Kokomo to the High Banks of Lawrenceburg. Circle City on the 27th. The 28th, that is an open date, again, to give the teams a breather and also a runoff in case Mother Nature does intervene at some point here in the early goings. Paragon Speedway kicks things back off on the 29th. Terre Haute for the Don Smith Classic. Of course, all the events we talk about is $10,000 to win. This one is $1,000 to start. The Smith family kicking in extra money to the purse. Bloomington Speedway on the 31st, and it wraps up at the Class Track Tri-State down in Hopstad on August 1st. The big cars back on track at Iowa Speedway during NASCAR O'Reilly Series action. That'll be on August 8th. And then the USAC NOS Energy during Mid-National Championship 2 nights at Coles County. And then the premiere at Jacksonville, August 14th, 15th, and 16th. Of course, you can find the entire rundown and all the schedules for USAC competition when you go online to USACracing.com. Brady Bacon up at his merch trailer right now signing autographs if you want to head up there. And again, get those brand new Brady Bacon t-shirts as well as get an autograph from the Macho Man. As we get ready to go into Cookout C feature competition, drivers beginning to make their way out onto the Speedway. And the driver slated for the pole comes to you out of Kansas, Illinois. The SRI Indy number 34 is Shane Connell. Outside of him, the 4C is going to be Dalen Chambers out of Bowling Green, Indiana. The Spike Motorsports Unlimited number 4. The I-1 of Ivan Glotzbach out of Fillmore, Indiana. The Racers Custom and Collision Repair number I-1. Outside him, the 34M machine is R.J. Millard of Edgewood, Texas. The Pro Source number 34M. Charles Davis Jr., he's at Buckeye, Arizona. The MP Environmental Black Magic Bead Breaker, Stanton DRC number 47. He'll go from 5th from 6th. Austin Nye in the Intellisense Chevrolet DRC chassis number 97. Brandon Spencer out of Nashville, Indiana, the AA Auto Body, Ryan Myers Power DRC number 22. He'll go from 7th from 8th to 34T. That will be Cody Trammell out of Bloomington, Indiana. The Whitman Roofing, the Ace Corp Schaefer Racing Oil, Trainer Chevrolet DRC chassis number 34T. The 2B, the driver out of Scurry, Texas, the Pendleton Farms Bennick Enterprise number 2B. He'll have to scurry in this one. That's Dalton Stevens. He'll go from 9th from 10th. It will be Jesse Vermillion out of Greencastle, Indiana, driving the Custom Pallet Recycling, Vermillion DRC number 5V. Brandon Maddox out of Terre Haute, Indiana. The Whitman Roofing, TCB Speed North number 28. He goes from 11th from 12th. Troy Carey out of Tullamore, New South Wales, Australia. Top of the Skyline Building, Supos Hog Heaven number 45 in. The 37 of Logan Prickett from 13th. Driver to Shelbyville, Indiana, the Boiler Up Racing Club number 37, joined by the 4X of Braden Cromwell at Lone Jack, Missouri. The Level Up KC, DK Excavation number 4X. Then your D-feature transfer drivers, the 73 of Blake Vermillion and the 38 of Travis Oldfield, lining up 15th and 16th. Round out your lineup here in Cookout C feature competition. For more information on Lincoln Park Speedway and their weekly racing action, LincolnParkSpeedway.com. Looking at their schedule, of course, weekly 410 competition. The John Dome Stock Car Classic coming up on August 1st. Weekly racing action with the Kenyon Midgets on August 22nd. Race Saver Wing Sprint Cars and Topless Modifieds. That'll be on August 29th. The Red Hayden Memorial on September 5th. Non-wing Dirt Car UMP Modifieds, Indiana Superstocks, Bombers all in action on September 5th. USAC's Speedy 2 Thunder Midget's going to be back on September 19th. Flow Night in America. If you're a fan of late model racing, $20,000 on the line. That'll be on September 23rd. The Out with a Bang Championship Night on the 26th. And the Putnamville Showdown featuring the World of Outlaws NOS Energy during Sprint Cars. That'll be on August 16th. Tickets for that available through the World of Outlaws. So that is a great way to end out the season here with the Wing 410 Monsters of the World of Outlaws. Again, that'll be on October 16th right here at Lincoln Park Speedway. So officials working on sorting everybody out on the lineup here. Again, Cottle in the 34, Chambers next to him, Glotzbach and Miller in row number 2. Charles Davis Jr. was set to be from the 5th starting spot. Looks like the 47 will be a no-show here, so having to crisscross and move some people around here. So getting everybody into their proper starting position. So it looks like Charles Davis Jr., the only driver missing from the lineup, so that inside row moving straight up. So Spencer now going to go to the 5th spot. Stevens going to go to 7th. Maddox going to go up to 9th. And Prickett now going to move forward along with the 73 of Blake Vermillion. That'll leave Travis Oldfield by himself on the final row. Toyota Racing Development pace truck clears the racetrack, and we're set to go. Cookout, seat feature to the NOS Energy start can. We're underway. Top 2 for the D, now it's top 4 for the C. Cottle going to jump out with the early advantage here. Goes up to the high side of the speedway through turns 3 and 4. He will show the way. Driver sitting in 2nd in the opening lap is Dalen Chambers. R.J. Miller and Ivan Glotzbach right now with the final transfer spot. Glotzbach has got company, though. Powers are onto the back straightway. He's got Nye in the 97 looking top. He's got the 22. Oh, we got contact and cars around in the back of the field. Look out. Troy Carey gets caught up in that one. That was the 2B that he got into the back of. So the 45 into Troy Carey, the driver coming to a stop over in turn number 3. And the 2B, we'll get a look at him here as he works down the front straightway. Troy Carey with no time to react to get woed up, got hard into the back of the Bennett Enterprises entry and has really caved in the tail tank on that thing, but the rear bumper remains affixed. So official coming out on the Indy Power Sports four-wheeler, able to get up alongside and get a better look at the 2. So Stevens never coming to a stop, and officials deeming he'll be able to continue on here. He goes back into the lineup. Cottle leading in the 34 as we get a look at the tail tank on the number 2B. Troy Carey getting pointed about back around in the correct direction as Shane Cottle leads, winner of the 2020 Sprintacular here. He's a 25-time starter at Lincoln Park with the USAC AMSOIL Sprint Car National Championship last year. Started 21st and ran to a 14th place finish here in Indiana Sprint Week competition. The 4C of Dalen Chambers behind him made his first USAC National Feature appearance at Lincoln Park earlier this year during the Sprintacular. Ran 22nd in the feature event. The 34M of R.J. Miller looking for his first USAC National start here in the I-1 of Ivan Glotzbach in 2024 in the Sprintacular was the last time he made an A-main. Ran 19th as we go back to green. Glotzbach around the bottom, tries to get a run and get that insurance here as they make their way into turns 3 and 4. He's going to have Miller to the top of the racetrack. Oh, they're around and stacked up over in turns 3 and 4. Caution. Chaos erupting over in turns 3 and 4. Several drivers get tangled up. 3 end up coming to a stop. You've got the 34 of Trammell. The 28 of Maddox had been up in the middle of that. He was able to keep rolling. In fact, I believe he went over the front end of the 4X of Braden Cromwell as he went up the racetrack. As we get a look at the replay here on the FloRacing broadcast as they make their way into turns 3 and 4. Maddox up top and drove right into the back of the 22 of Brandon Spencer. Got him hooked and around, and chaos ensuing from there. So we'll get another look at it here as they slow the frame rate down. You see Maddox come in and gets the hook on the back bumper of the 22 and sends him around. So drivers able to refire, able to look back at the replay, and 28 of Maddox also getting sent to the tail on the 360. One of the things the officials explained to the drivers, especially the drivers meeting on the 360, once you're about 180 to the field, you might as well just consider yourself a part of the caution. You're going to go to the back. We are going to go yellow. So that'll send the 28 to the back of the field as well. Lined up, ready to go again. Cottle in the 34 brings it down to the NOS Energy start can and back on her way. We have got to find a banana peels out there. Cricket. And the boiler up, number 37. Well, boiled her up on the rear end, and around he went. So we'll get the 37 down into the infield. Real quick, Kokomo coming up tomorrow. SmackDown going to be here before you know it. $1,000 buys you a lap. $20,000 goes to the race leaders. The other $20,000 into a winner's draw. So another way that you can maybe earn a little bit of extra cash here. We'll have some more information on that as the night continues on, especially tomorrow we'll be talking about as they come around. Single file through the NOS Energy start can. We're backing away. Battle for the transfer spot. Here comes the 2. Remember, he got turned and burned earlier. Damage to the rear end, but he has got her rolling still. Dalton Stevens coming after the transfer spot on the high side. Look at him go onto the back straightaway. Got it. Glossbach going to fall back to the 5th position. Meanwhile, battle for 2nd. Dalen Chambers with R.J. Miller all over him. Chambers backing her hard, and oh my, 34 up over the berm. And we have got him scattered, smothered, covered, and chunked. It's like a Waffle House order over in turn number 1s and 2. Replay coming here on the FloRacing broadcast. This up inside transfer spots here, so we'll cue that up and get a look at it. Making their way into turns 3 and 4, and ooh, man. Stevens trying to get up there and get just a little bit more. Got into the left side of the 34 on the way by as they made their way into turn number 1. They'll slow it down. We'll get another look at it here. Tried to turn to the inside. Didn't get there fast enough and pushed the 34 hard up into the cushion. Fortunately, collecting the 45 in. Troy Carey having a rough go here. What a heartbreak for R.J. Miller. Trying to find his way up through the alphabet. And they'll get the Wills Point out of number 34, pointed back in the right direction, and he's signaling to officials. We'll see whether they push him down to the end of middle finishing work area or if they get him back rolling here in Cookout C feature competition. 4 laps completed, 10 the distance. Looks like Troy Carey going down to the inbound finishing work area. Flat left rear on him. The 34 will try to get him refired. Still a ways to go as they go to green once again. Going to take off with it. Oh, Glotzbach with a big wheel stand of the back straightaway, sets her back down, and everybody had to scramble there for a second. Man, he became an astronomer. He was getting a good look at the sky there for a second as they work onto the back straightaway. Now gets the car back underneath him, losing several spots in the process. So Cottle, in the meantime, has got her wound up around the high side of the racetrack. 34 in command, a two-time winner this season here in Lincoln Park back on May 9th and June 20th. Has a very healthy half a straightaway advantage, almost a full straightaway now as he works onto the front straightaway. Chambers running in second, Stevens running in third, and Jesse Vermillion right now running in the final transfer spot. Behind him, you've got Nye and Maddox coming up here. Remember, Maddox was involved in one of the crashes earlier on the 360, had to go to the back of the field, trying to fight his way back up into contention here. And right now, time is running out. In fact, white flag flying for the throttle. Working onto the back straightaway. Keep an eye on the transfer spot. Vermillion might have company. Nye trying to close in on him here as they work their turns 1 and 2. In the meantime, checker flag is going to fly, and Shane Cottle is going to move on into the semi-feature event. He wins your Cookhouse C feature event. Dalen Chambers, Dalton Stevens, and Jesse Vermillion ends up with the final transfer spot. Nye denied, 1 spot short. Maddox, Glotzbach, Spencer, Cromwell, Oldfield. That'll be your top 10 unofficially. But the 4 drivers moving on into your 5-star body semi-feature event. Jesse Vermillion in 4th, Dalton Stevens in 3rd, Dalen Chambers in 2nd. Winner, and that one's out of Kansas, Illinois. The SRI Indy number 34 race fans. Give him a hand, Shane Cottle. A black Toyota Sienna van. If you're parked over on the turn 1 side, there's an officer looking for you. You need to meet him at the exit gate. So again, a black Toyota Sienna van. If you are parked over towards the turn 1 side, there's going to be an officer there. They're looking for you. He didn't tell me why. He just said, have him meet me there. So your 5-star body semi-feature event can be come up here in just a little bit. In the meantime, a little bit of track work going on, a little bit of moisture going to be dropped down on the racing surface. And we've got celebrities coming around onto the fan side of the Speedway. Another chance to go down to meet a couple of our drivers. And we're going to go down. Christy and Genevieve going to catch up with a couple drivers sitting really good tonight.
Yeah, they're going to have a pretty good start to the night as they're going to sit on the front row of tonight's 30-lap main event for night number 2 of NOS Energy Drink Indiana Sprint Week, presented by K&N Filters. Kyle Cummins, who just picked up the win here earlier this month, now going to start on the outside of the front row for Indiana Sprint Week. And Kyle, you mentioned at that point in time that you actually felt more comfortable when you were in lap traffic during that particular race. Do you anticipate a similar situation here tonight?
I think so. The track's kind of looking sort of like it was the last time here, and I think we started 5th last time, and so starting up front will be good, and the cushion's going to be pretty treacherous, just how it was there. And we were 7th quick, which if a couple guys don't make it, we start like 12th. So to go from 12th to 2nd is pretty exciting. And shout out to Novix Tree Stands for coming on board this week, and hopefully we can get them their first win in Sprint Week here, night 1.
And obviously Lincoln Park Speedway, a place that's been pretty good to you over the years. Starting on the front row instead of starting 5th, do you have a plan for how you approach lap traffic when you do get there?
I have no plan. I just, whatever happens, happens. But no, I mean, like, it's just kind of where they're going to run at and where people are going to be. And, the bottom seems to have a little bit of something, and it seems like they put a little water on it before we'll start. So you just got to, make the moves when you can, and but also be cautious a little bit too. And it's a long week, and just, try to keep the points and, try to win.
Current point leader with the Amsoil USAC National Sprint Car Series, Kyle Cummins. He'll roll from the outside of the front row, still in search of his first Indiana Sprint Week title, still in search of that first Bridgeport rocker as we get it over to Genevieve.
CJ Leary accompanying Kyle Cummins in the front of tonight's feature. Now, just a few weeks ago, we saw you go 6th quick, which would have potentially put you on the front row, but of course, during that spectacular night, it got rained out. Now you get the chance to put the number 53 on the pole. How do you approach that?
Yeah, for sure. Steve, Brad, Braden, everybody on the 53 cars made a big turnaround. You know, that first night of the Sprintacular, we qualified like, 40th. It was really bad, so we missed the invert, and we were in the B. So made a bunch of changes. We put our good engine in for Sprint Week, and, I think it's like 2003 or something. We have a couple things up our sleeve that we used to do a long time ago, and just really came here and tested, honestly, with a wing car a couple weekends ago with Colton Robinson, and he turned some laps for me in my wing car, which was really cool, and I learned some things about the racetrack that day since I was just kind of on the wrenches and doing some driver coaching. But overall, honestly, our 53 cars, every time we make it on the racetrack, we're a step in the right direction, and I think getting a race, 9 nights in a row is going to be a huge help for us.
Now, last time you were on the track was during that heat race, seeing a D, a C, and now a B. How do you approach the track with it ever so changing?
Man, I think Putnamville's been really similar. Tommy's doing a heck of a job with the racetrack. Like I said, when I came here and tested a couple weeks ago, I kind of watched what he did with the water truck, and honestly, he's doing about the same thing. So we keep all that stuff in our notes and just food for thought. And I think this race is going to shape up to be really good. It's awesome car count, awesome crowd. Indiana Spring Week's one of my favorite weeks. So this week's always been really good to me, and looking to make another win tonight.
Some knowledge and talent for CJ Leary in that Fox 53 when approaching tonight's feature here at Lincoln Park.
Thank you very much. And kids, again, if you want to go down and meet the drivers who are up in the grandstands, you have, of course, Cummins and CJ Leary. You can go up there, meet the drivers here for just a moment as the horn has sounded for the teams to make their way into the staging lanes for your Five Star Bodies semi-feature event. So start talking about it a little bit here as we start to go lights out. We'll talk about a little bit more Kokomo. Of course, we'll be there tomorrow for Sprint Week competition, but the SmackDown going to be coming up August 27th, 28th, and 29th. And again, they do lap sponsors during that event. One lap is $1,000. The leader gets half of it. The other half goes into a draw. You have a 1 in 40 chance of winning $20,000. SmackDownTix@gmail.com for more information, or you can call 779-230-1310. If you're up there tomorrow, you can walk into the track office and purchase your lap at the $40,000 Super SmackDown draw. Make sure and be a part of that. And, of course, if you're sitting in the grandstands, you're sitting at home, we want you to be a part of the Race Aid 50/50. Again, proceeds going again to the Benevolent Fund, as that benefits drivers, teams, crew members, USAC family members that find themselves in a time of need. The pot is up to $3,580. The winner's share is $1,790 right now. Scan the QR code, or if you're in the grandstands or sitting at home, raceaid.fund/5050. You have till August 2nd. Must be inside the state of Indiana at the time of purchase. 18 years or older to participate. Void where prohibited. Conducted by United States Auto Club, USAC Race Aid, and Indiana 501c3 public charity. So I talked earlier, over half of the Sprint Week t-shirts are gone. There's 84 t-shirts left. Reorder, they are going to be here on Thursday, but USACgear.com is where you can also place that order. So the goal is to leave tonight with none. So you better get up there and make sure your size and color is still available. So with that, your Five Star Body semi-feature event will begin to make its way out of the push lanes. The new standard of sprint car body technology is here, engineered with optimized airflow for maximum downforce and increased horsepower, and it's available in multiple high-performance material options so every team can build the right body package for their program. Shop now at fivestarbodies.com. Cars going to make their way out. 12 laps the distance. 4 drivers going to move on into your feature event. And Harley Burns out of Brazil, Indiana, the Brit Aero Timberland Lemon Company number 16, going to be on the pole of this one. Outside of him, Logan Calderwood at Goodyear, Arizona, the MP Environmental GFT Ready Mix number 6 machine. Second row from the inside, it'll be Zach Pretorius at Yorktown, Indiana, the Unleash the Beast TA Smith Distributing number 9Z. Next to him, it will be Jack Hoyer. Hoyer at Frankfort, Indiana, the Intact Management Group number 11. Speaking of 11s, the 11W, Wyatt Burks out of Topeka, Kansas. The wholesale battery number 11 goes from 5th. From 6th, it will be Todd Moole. He's at Heathcote, Victoria, Australia. The Epperson Painting Speedway DRC chassis number 2E. Going from 7th, Max Adams out of Loomis, California. The High Aspiration Farms Hawkins Body Shop number 24P. Outside of him, the 83 machine will be Chance Crum out of Snohomish, Washington. Driver the Pit Logic 83 Customs Elevate Race Media number 83. Cale Coons from 9th, the Curb Records, Joe Doolin, Kerbeck Ajania, Mechanical Advantage number 63. From 10th, it'll be Eli Wilhelmus out of Newburgh, Indiana, the Traders Brewing Company, Jerry Eigner Construction number 55. Out of Santa Barbara, California, David Gasper in the Simply Birdhouse, TSR Clean number 77S. He'll go from 11th. From 12th, Rylan Gray out of Greenfield, Indiana, the Paisley Farms Kaiser number 1. 13th starter in 19 is going to be Hayden Reinbold at Gilbert, Arizona, the AME Electrical entry with a 99. Next to him is going to be Kyle Johnson out of Greencastle, Indiana, driver the Two Brothers Farms at Fogle Real Estate, number 99J. Evan Mosley at Lapel, Indiana, the CB Fabricating Trainer DRC chassis number 2. He'll go from 15th. From 16th. And 21 is going to be Kobe Simpson at Bonham, Texas, the B-Town Automotive, Two Fellows Moving Company, number 21K. C-feature drivers, led by Shane Cottle out of Kansas, Illinois, the SRA Indy number 34. The 4C next to him, Dalen Chambers in the Spike Motorsports Unlimited number 4C. Dalton Stevens in the Minnick Enterprises number 2B out of Scurry, Texas. And the 5V, Jesse Vermillion, the Custom Pallets Recycling entry. He'll line up in 20th. That'll be your scheduled lineup for your 5-Star Bodies semi-feature event. Again, 4 racing on into tonight's 30-lap A main event. Again, looking back through some of the added contingencies this week. Learn Lab Fast qualifying time, $200, plus an extra $200 for each additional fast time. The Parallax Passing Master, along with Pro Source, $1,000 to the driver advancing the most positions throughout the entirety of Indiana Sprint Week. Eclipse Claim Consulting, first non-transfer up for grabs here, $100. Your fastest lap of the feature, courtesy of Eclipse Claim Consulting, also $100. Rod Supply Hard Charger at $200. The Vogel Real Estate Auction and Appraisal Semi-Feature Hard Charger, an extra $100. The Hard Work Award, the driver who is 24th in the lineup in your feature event gets $100. Justice Family Racing, the driver who transfers from the most semi-feature events throughout Indiana Sprint Week gets an extra $250. And the Hayloft Haymaker Award also up for grabs. Toyota Racing Development pace truck to the infield, set to go. Harley Burns, Logan Calderwood, row number 1. They come up on the NOS Energy start can. Here we go, 12 times around. He'll get a dash off into turns 1 and 2. It will be the 16 with the advantage on the far side of the speedway here in the opening lap. However, we've got him tangled up at the bottom side of turns 1 and 2. Caution. Reinbold in the 19, and Vermillion getting tangled up over in turns 1 and 2. So Reinbold had started 13th. Vermillion, your last transfer out of the C, started in 20th. Get a replay of what happened over in turns 1 and 2. Everybody dashing in here on the start, and the 19 of Reinbold looked like he got in and tapped the driver up in front of him. Cottle was right in the middle of all that and had to channel his inner grave digger and monster truck his way through it. So keeps it rolling, keeps it going. Good job of the driver, the number 34. So a little contact from Reinbold. That sends him around. Unfortunately, collects the 5, nearly collects the 34. Try it again. Burns with a good start the last time, another good start this time. They'll swap lines one more time. 3 wide with the second spot. Driver high, middle, and low as they work off into turns 3 and 4. Who's going to have the advantage of that second spot as Burns leads the way. Outside running it is the 11 of Jack Hoyer Pretorius and Logan Calderwood. Getting shuffled around. Ends up back in the 4th spot. He's got Moole coming after him now. The Aussie trying to get up into a transfer spot as they work around to the front straightaway. Calderwood trying to get back up into a little insurance position here. Throws the slide for the 3rd spot. The 9 going to turn back to his inside. It will be Pretorius. Holding on to 3rd, Calderwood still there. Up off of the cushion, down across the embankment, coming back after the T.A. Smith distributing number 9Z so far. Not able to get there. Holds on to the 4th position, though. Bull is there. Wilhelmus, Crum, Burks, Coons, and Adams right now running after top 10. Up front, it is Harley Burns in 16. Hoyer in 2nd. Pretorius still running in 3rd. Calderwood, look out. Got that thing on the bounce. Comes to a stop outside turns 1 and 2. A little bit of fire out of the exhaust of the number 6. Nearly a massive, massive flip at a Calderwood somehow keeps it upright. So Indy Power Sports side-by-side and four-wheeler up to assist the number 6. Replay here on the FloRacing broadcast. Backed it in all the wrong ways into the cushion of the top of turn number 1. And literally knocked the fire out of that thing as you see it come to a sudden stop and all the raw methanol just igniting inside the pipes of that number 6 machine. So single file, 4 laps completed. Burns, Hoyer, Pretorius, and now Moole. Going to move up into a transfer spot. Wilhelmus in 5th, Crum in 7th, Coons, Burks, Adams, and now Ryland Gray should be your top 10. So we'll see if the Epperson Painting number 2E can hold on, make his first start in USAC National competition here in Lincoln Park. Underway and quickly can throw the slide for the 3rd spot. Pretorius just thought he was done having to try to hold on to that. Nope, new contender. Makes his way into turns 3 and 4, across the nose and up to the cushion. The 9Z now as here comes Wilhelmus into that mix. 55. Set and sail on the bottom side. The 9 is there. The 2E to the high side grabs 3rd. So Moole up into 3rd. Pretorius back to 4th. That car's going to get all kinds of tight, and Wilhelmus there to try to capitalize. 55 down to the inside. He'll chase the 9 up the racetrack as that's going on. You got the 63 of Cale Coons closing in on them now. Coons working all the way up on the cushion through turns 3 and 4, trying to get that momentum built up here. Just shy of a transfer spot as it is going to be Wilhelmus taking over that position. Now Pretorius trying to hold off the curb at number 63 here as they work onto the far side of the speedway. Todd Moole, look out. Got her up over the cushion there for a second. Gets it back underneath him, though, and holds on to it. Harley Burns, in the meantime, leading. Hoyer trying to reel him in the 11 machine. Making their way through turns 3 and 4, steadily onto the front straightaway. 3rd, 4th, 5th. That's all up for grabs right now. Wilhelmus blocks the charge of the 63, but can't keep him at bay. Coons pulled up right next to him on the back straightaway. Goes back to the top over in turns 3 and 4. Wilhelmus slides her through the middle, and Cale Coons is there to capitalize. Red light's going to come on. Driver flipping on the front straightaway. That's the 24P. So the 24P of Adams getting upside down and back upright. He will come out of the car. Race fans, driver is okay. So Adams out of the car with the helmet off and talking to safety officials. So we'll see if we have a look at it from the speed shot here on the front straightaway. Looking back down at the exit of turn number 4, goes up, grabs the cushion, and keeps it from going head on into the wall. So a good job by Adams there. They'll come in, they'll slow the frame rate down right there, middle of the screen. You see him slam into the cushion, brings it up over, digs it in, and from there just goes for a ride. So 2 laps to go once we get everything cleared. Harley Burns, Jack Hoyer, Tom Moole, and Cale Coons in the 63 started 9th, has marched his way up into a transfer spot. Good battle between he and Will Helmus. Moole in that battle for a while as well. Pretorius was in that battle. Adams was running in the 7th spot. Unfortunately, his night coming to a close. Crum going to take that spot over. Cottle up to 8th. Johnson in 9th, and Gasper now going to round out your top 10. When drivers pull down into the work area, they're going to the Indy Metal Finishing work area. Indy Metal Finishing's mission is to support their customers with an exceptional level of quality and service. Indy Metal Finishing offers Type 2 and Type 3 anodizing chemical conversions, passivation, and electroless nickel services to motorsports, medical, military, aerospace, and manufacturing industries. Visit them today at IndyMetalFinishing.com. All the different ways you can follow along. Of course, all the official news, notes, points, and updates are done at the close of the night's program at USACRacing.com. You can also find us on Facebook by searching for USAC Racing, on X and Instagram at USAC Nation. Along with all the bonus money, the championship run, the Sprint Week points, the Eastern Storm, Winter Dirt Games, drivers also up for grabs, an extra $20,000, the Mike Curb USAC National Drivers Championship. Now this encompasses all 3 USAC National divisions, and the driver who accumulates the most combined points across every points-paying USAC Silver Crown, AMSOIL National Sprint Car, and NOS Energy Drink National Sprint Car event gets a $20,000 bonus, up from $15,000 last year. Justin Grant, the most recent recipient of the Mike Curb Drivers Championship bonus. Of course, the overall series champion walks away with $60,000. The point fund paying nearly $300,000 at the close of the 2026 season. Field set to get back after it. 2-lap dash to the finish. Burns, Hoyer, Moole, Coons. Sitting in transfer spots, we're back underway. Will Helmus going to sneak to the inside of the 63 on the restart. And that one is no good. And wondered if Will Helmus maybe got out of line there just a little bit too soon. He did. That's going to cost him. Again, in the tire tracks of the driver in front of you through the NOS Energy start can. Just a little bit too soon on the jump, drop down. That's going to cost him here. Official's going to bring it back. So that'll move Pretorius. Now 1 spot shy of moving on. We'll see if he can take advantage of it here. Down across the racetrack goes the 16, back underway. Coons through the middle. Pretorius down to the bottom for the transfer spot. They're about to come around to the wave of the white flag. Kale going to try to get the insurance. Throws the slide on Moole. Has it onto the front straightaway. Up into third. The 2E back to his inside. They'll both turn it down and up across the racetrack. Onto the backstretch one last time as the 16 of Harley Burns comes around to find the checkered flag waving. He will get the job done here in your semi-feature event. Hoyer, Coons, and Wilhelmus going to sneak by and get the final transfer spot. Shane Cottle, 1 spot short from 17th. Ends up in 5th. Pretorius in 6th. Johnson, Crum, Gasper, and Burks. So quick correction, transponder not responding on the number 2E. He was actually in the final transfer spot. Cale Coons was 3rd, Jack Hoyer in 2nd. Winner in that one in 16 out of Brazil, Indiana. Race fans, give him a hand, Harley Burns. So this is the reminder again why what you see on social media as well as live timing and scoring is unofficial. The transponder not hitting the final time by, so that is why it showed the 55 in that final transfer spot. It was, in fact, Todd Moole. He was line scored by officials. So equipment starting to move out of the pit area. A little bit of track work before we go into tonight's feature event. With that, we're going to step away here in the broadcast. We'll be back to Lincoln Park. Welcome back to Lincoln Park Speedway, night number 2 of NOS Energy Drink Indiana Sprint Week, presented by K&N Filters, live on FloRacing. And again, remember, if you can't be there in person, you can see it all live when you tune in to FloRacing, the official online broadcast provider of the National Circle Track Series of the United States Auto Club. Several of our regional tours also making their way over to Flo. Of course, you can find USAC MRA Series, the CRA Series, as well as USAC Southwest Sprint Cars on FloRacing throughout the 2026 season. And, of course, that is all included in your Flo Sports subscription, so it's not just racing action. It is every sport under the sun, just about. If you're a fan of baseball, basketball, collegiate sports, hockey, bull riding, even marching band, that's all a part of Flo Sports. And, of course, on the FloRacing side, Interstate Battery High Limit, Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series, All-Star Circuit of Champions, plus you have events like the Snowball Derby, the Dome in St. Louis, Hyper Racing Tulsa Shootout powered by NOS Energy, and the Chili Bowl Nationals powered by NOS Energy Drink, and also the Wild West Shootout, the late models out in Arizona. That is all a part of your Flo and Flo Sports subscription. Whether it is the monthly or the yearly, there is nothing different on that paywall. Everything is included. Check it out at FloRacing.com. Track work continuing here on the 5/16 Mile Oval. With that, here on the broadcast, we're going to take a look back at last year's racing action here during Indiana Sprint Week. 30 trips around the Lincoln Park Speedway, because race fans, this is what you saved your lunch money for. To the green on night number 2 of Sprint Week. 3 wide for the lead to start things off here. Grant in the middle, Stevie to the outside. Robert Ballou charging down to the inside. The bad man looking for redemption, leading early last night. The engine starting to let go, but we got him tangled up mid-pack. Look out, Davis. And he's going to collect your points leader in the process. The 3P of Kyle Cummins. A replay here on the FloRacing broadcast, and the car just getting out from underneath them. As they come around to the NOS Energy start can, we're back underway. Grant again to the middle, Stevie to the outside, not the run he had last time. Grant able to get up ahead of him as they work off into turns 3 and 4. The 57 still right there with the 12 of Robert Ballou rotating it down to the bottom side. Holds on to second, Stevie right there in third. Danner and Seth Parker currently making up your top 5 here. Comes Robert Ballou in the hunt here as they work into turns 3 and 4. Grant going to work to the bottom along with the 12. It's going to be Grant holding off the Madman for the time being. As they work into turns 3 and 4, Grant going to have to vacate the bottom. He's going to go to the middle now. Ballou, he's going to see if he can take advantage here. The 24M directly ahead of him as your leader's 3 wide in traffic. He will thread the needle off into turns 1 and 2, and Briggs Danner closing up on Robert Ballou a little bit now. A lap car between him and the 12 as they work off into turns 3 and 4. Danner trying around the bottom of the 24M. He is glued to the tires. Back behind them, here comes Brady Bacon. Bacon in the 20, going to work by the 57 of Logan Seavey. Challenge for the lead on the outside. Here comes the 12 of Robert Ballou. Had the run to the back straightaway. The Madman going to take over in this one. Robert Ballou comes around to take over with 16 laps completed. Justin Grant now going to look at his back bumper onto the back straightaway. Briggs Danner still running in the 3rd spot. Kevin Thomas Jr. running in 4th. Brady Bacon in 5th. Here comes Grant to the inside of Ballou. Challenge for the lead. They're going to tuck down to the inside. Using lap car as a pick here as they work off in the back straightaway. Grant had a run to the exit turn number 4. Couldn't get to the inside fast enough. Robert Ballou able to pin him off. Justin now going to step wide. Here comes Briggs Danner down to the bottom. He's going to look for 2nd and 39. Robert to the outside in turns 1 and 2. Grant with a run onto the far side of the racetrack. Couldn't get there fast enough. Having to go where the slower cars aren't now. Here comes Robert on the outside. Grant, see if he can take advantage here. Held up by the 0G for the time being. Robert Ballou 3 wide through traffic in the 12. Has yet to score a USAC victory this season. Problems, Grant and Kevin Thomas Jr. at the exit of turn number 2. Ooh, look out. Field coming around, back to green. 11 laps remain. Robert with a good restart, able to take off with the race lead. The bottom side right now, the preferred line for your leaders. Keep an eye at the back of the field, see if anybody's able to get the top to clean off and start to make their way forward as Ballou leads. Danner running in 2nd in traffic with 39, was able to get up and try to challenge, but now with clean racetrack, Robert going to see if he can stretch his legs. He already has it over a half a second here, the 39. Better keep them elbows up, though. He's got Kevin Thomas Jr. trying to come after him. Brady Bacon working the top sides of turns 3 and 4. Banks are off of the cushion. Lou now going to have to try to step to the outside and see if he can get a run on Matt Goodnight. Got to put a lap car between himself and the 39. Immediately going to dive down to the inside into turn number 3. And boy, he about parked that thing right in front of Goodnight to let him know he was there. No, excuse me, that was the 6 of Calderwood. So able to work by the 6 machine. Blue onto the back straightaway. Coming around this time. White flag going to fly. Lap cars dead ahead. Breaks Danner. Has closed the gap a little bit here. Making his way onto the back straightaway. So close and denied so many times this season. He'll work through turns 3 and 4 one last time, and the checkered flag is finally out for Robert Ballou in 2025. He'll win here in Putnamville. Fantastic show last year here on night number 2 of Sprint Week. Looking forward to another good run as track work continues. Perfect time to get your 50-50 tickets. Again, this is all done online, raceaid.fund/5050. The pot approaching $4,000, $3,830. Winner share right now, $1,915. Again, that goes through August 2nd. So you can play as many times as you want as long as you're over 18 and you are inside the borders of the state of Indiana at the time of purchase. Void were prohibited, and again, conducted by the United States Auto Club, USAC Race Aid, and Indiana 501 C3 public charity. Raceaid.fund/5050, or you can scan the QR code to play along. Winner is drawn on August 3rd. So as the tractor continues to till, they'll have a little bit of moisture going down to the racing surface. Meanwhile, here on the FloRacing broadcast, we'll step away once again, and we'll be back.
Some traditions never fade, they only get louder. October 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, the USAC AMSOIL Sprint Car National Championship plus USAC 360 Southwest Sprint Cars return to Central Arizona Raceway for the Western World Championships. 3 nights, $35,000 win, and $1,000 just to start either championship feature event. Over $200,000 is up for grabs at the Western World Championships. Tickets are on sale now at centralazraceway.com. Get loud and return to your roots.
Whatever you drive, however you drive. AMSOIL specially engineers lubricants to maximize power, performance, and protection in your vehicles, so you can work hard and play hard with confidence. Order online at amsoil.com.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built, where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's a NOS Zero sugar to get me there.
The new Dirt Draft app, faster, sharper, built to win. New lock windows and predictive contests. More ways to play, more ways to win. Lock in your drivers. Watch the action and become a fantasy champion. Every lap, every restart, every last lap slide job that moves you up the leaderboard. The green flag just dropped on the all-new Dirt Draft. Download it now at dirtdraft.com. Draft your team and get in the race.
Something has awakened. The horsepower and torque you always knew was there, just waiting to make every drive thrilling. Track tested, off-road proven, performance for everything you drive. Drive better with K&N.
Faster, stronger with Rod End Supply. Whether you are running industrial, farming equipment, or a race car, Rod End Supply has the assortment of rod ends, radius rods, and specialty products that will help you lead the field in performance. Our superior design means our rod ends last longer and perform better, giving you the edge on the track and saving you money. Contact Rod End Supply or order online today at rodendsupply.com. We don't just sell them, we race them. rodendsupply.com. Serving the racing community for over 30 years.
RaceAid supports USAC racers and their families in times of need.
Your generosity fuels our recovery.
Your donations help us get back on track.
And scan the QR code to donate today.
Donate today.
We'll go back on FloRacing. Lincoln Park Speedway, the site of night number 2 of NOS Energy Drink Indiana Sprint Week presented by K&M Filters. Tomorrow, Kokomo, destination for the USAC AMSOIL Sprint Car National Championship. From Kokomo, we go to Lawrenceburg, then Circle City. Of course, you can find the entire lineup of events when you go online to USACRacing.com. If you can't be there live, FloRacing has you covered. Crews reconditioning the bottom side of the racing surface up into the middle groove. Of course, the cushion has been daunting all night long. We're trying to make sure we give the drivers multiple lanes of racing here as we get ready to go into tonight's feature event. Round 28. The 2026 season, a $10,000 check awaits the winner here tonight. And your lineup for your feature event set to roll to the green like this. Going for the pole position tonight, he comes to you out of Greenfield, Indiana. Driven the Jarvis Enterprises, Bachelor Motorsports, Primetime Financial, Indy Middle finishing number 53. It'll be CJ Leary. Next to him, your current USAC National Points leader and defending champion, driver of the Novix Outdoor, Avante Windows Doors, Jugo Superfoods, Premier Recycling, number 3P, Kyle Cummins. From the third starting spot tonight, last visit here, he led the way early. Unfortunately, a flat right rear taking him out of contention. He'll look to rebound and rectify that here tonight out of San Jose, California, the Parts Authority, Knox Enterprises, the Hayloft, Lucas Oil Products, Help Turf Farm, number 24, Timaz Thomas Meserol. From fourth, a runner-up finish here 1 year ago for the driver of Allentown, Pennsylvania, driver of the E. Snyder & Sons Recycling, Keystone Cap Boulevard Truck Repair, Apache Transport, Hogue Racing Enterprises, number 39, Briggs Danner. From the fifth starting spot, driver of the Mount Mechanical Contractors, Stanton, DRC, Droplight, Indy Power Sports, CGCPA's Abacus Racing, number 57, it'll be Logan Seavey. And outside of him, he was your Learn Lab Quick Qualifier and now single lap track record holder, driver of the AMA Electric, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Reinbold Development Incorporated, Reinbold Underwood Motorsports over 19 AZ and a Raisin City, California, Mitchell Moles. Ricky Lewis set to roll from the seventh starting spot. The driver of Oxnard, California, the driver of the Superior Tank and Trailer, Physical Medicine Consultants, Mesilla Valley Transportation, Morris Farms, number 41. And outside of him, Justin Grant out of Ione, California, the NOS Energy Drink, MBV Logistics, Top Industries, G&G Racing Fuel, number 4. Kevin Thomas Jr., he'll occupy the ninth starting spot. He's out of Coleman, Alabama, driver of the Driven Racing Oil, Middle-Oid 1 Fisher DRC chassis, number 15. And next to him, Jaden Rogers out of Worthington, Indiana, the Beasley's Railcar Repair, American Dream Racing, Parallax Motorsports, Midwest Dyno Services, number 14. The 5T from the 11th starting spot, the drivers out of Anaheim, California, the Inland Rigging, Darty Motorsports, Tank Enterprises, Roll Scaffolding, Burris Racing, number 5T. It's going to be Jake Swanson. And next to him, Charlie Burns out of Brazil, Indiana, the Brit Aero, Timberland Limit Company, Youngblood, theacecorp.com at DGH Electric, number 16. From the 13th starting spot, the Concord American Flagpole racer Jim Weed, High Performance Lubricants Chris Dyson, owned rider Triple X number 20, the driver to Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, the Macho Man Brady Bacon. And next to him from 14, Jack Hoyer out of Frankfort, Indiana, driver of the Intact Management Group, Struck Finishes, Hoyer Chevrolet DRC chassis, number 11. Coming to us out of Allentown, Pennsylvania, the Curb Records, Kodiak Products, Oakcraft, Elegant Cabinetry, Team Arizona, Kerbeck, Virginia, Racing number 21 AZ, Gavin Miller going to roll from 15th. From 16th, it will be Gunnar Setzer out of Columbus, Indiana, the Setzer Fabricating, Aviation Tax Consultants, Stanton Mach 1, Lynch Machining, Indy Race Parts, number G5. making his 11th feature appearance here at Lincoln Park Speedway, the first time since 2004 at Phoenix, Arizona. The Eclipse Claim Consulting, Apex Innovations, Ely Transportation, Avante Windows Doors number 51. It'll be J.J. Yaley. He'll line up 17th. Outside of him, the Rock Steady Racing, Majestic Electric, Stanton Mach 1, Lucas Olson, number 3R, 100%. It's Hunter Schoenberg. The Moose Racing number 92 at a Fort Branch, Indiana. The Engel Machine and Tool Moments by Morgan, Lucas Oil Center, Phil and Eileen King, CRW Superior Tank and Trailer Entry at Chase Stock, and he'll go from 19th and from 20th and 21. That will be Bo Brandon at Elwood, Indiana. Superior Tote Solutions, Caldwell Construction, Black Diamond Earthwork, number 21B. Todd Hobson inside of your next row. He's at a client Victoria, Australia. The NBL Transport, Steel Products, Wingo Freeland, DRC Chassis, number 77. And next to him, driver of the Suburban Subaru, Dean's Waterfront Services, Brooks Western Telecom, England Machine Tool, Hinchman Indy, number 12, the Madman, Robert Ballou. The driver in the 2E makes his first USAC National Feature appearance here at Lincoln Park Speedway. Driver of the Epson Painting Incorporated, Sherwin-Williams Speedway DRC, Factory K number 2E. It's going to be Todd Moole at Heathcote, Victoria, Australia. And outside of him, Cale Coons out of Greencastle, Indiana. The Hard Work Award winner in the Curb Records Mechanical Advantage, Coletta Charters, Neil Tyer, number 63. That'll score him an extra $100. And your final starter by way of provisional out of Gilbert, Arizona. Driver of the AMA Electrical, Reinbold Development Incorporated, Messina Light Transportation, Jugo Superfoods, number 19. That is Hayden Reinbold. As that'll be your scheduled lineup for 30 laps of racing action here tonight at the Lincoln Park Speedway with the USAC AMSOIL Sprint Car National Championship. Drivers continuing to make their way down the hill and onto the racetrack. Looking at the driver standings coming into tonight. Again, yesterday was a show-up points event for all the drivers in attendance on the national side. So Kyle Cummins adding 50 points to his total, 1964. Moles likewise at 1747. Justin Grant tied with him right now. Briggs Danner currently fourth in standings. Fifth is Jake Swanson, Chase Stocking with Logan Seavey, Kevin Thomas Jr., Robert Ballou, and C.J. Leary currently make up the top 10 in driver standings coming into tonight's racing action. Now, last night did not count towards points for Indiana Sprint Week. That begins tonight. It looks like all the drivers are fired. The last couple making their way down the staging lanes. We'll have one to watch tomorrow. Drake York getting the chance to work with the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series here tonight, so he'll be back when we head to Kokomo tomorrow. Big thank you to Christy Leary and Genevieve Malone here tonight. Of course, stepping in and helping out. And a long time part of the broadcast with Christy. Genevieve getting started here, attending down at the University in Bloomington, working on her broadcasting degree. And again, want to thank them for all their help and everything that they do when it comes to the broadcast and behind the scenes, whether it's with Flo or with the United States Auto Club. And of course, Drake getting the chance not only to work with NASCAR this weekend, but I know with IndyCar Radio, one of his big dreams and one of his big aspirations, and a great contribution to everywhere he goes. And want to thank all of my announcing partners. Every time they are a part of the program, they make my life and everybody's life with the broadcast so much easier. So drivers getting into their proper starting positions. Field will begin to work into turns 1 and 2, and from side by side, they'll break rank to 4 wide. Our drivers salute and thank you for coming out to enjoy tonight's racing action as the field makes their way onto the back straightaway. Ladies and gentlemen, light up them cell phones and rise to your feet. It's time to make some noise for the Ruts and Guts Thrill Ride. Toyota Racing Development Pace truck going to make its way down into the infield. Caution lights go dark. Night number 2 of Indiana Sprint Week set to get after it. And race fans, it is time to sit back, relax, and enjoy 30 trips around Lincoln Park Speedway, because race fans, this is what you've saved your lunch money for. To the green here in Putnamville. Going to dash off into turns 1 and 2. High side going to be the advantage right now for the 3P. Cummins going to take off at the top spot as they work into turns 3 and 4. Leary going to give chase on the inside. He'll run second to lap number 1. Teamez running in the third spot side by side with Briggs Danner for that position right now. Danner in the third down to the inside with the advantage on the backside of the Speedway. Teamez back to 4th. Battle for the 5th position. Here comes the 19 AZ. He'll set sights on the 57. Advantage will be to Seavey on the outside. Seavey had it for a moment. Now Moll's going to slide up and take that spot from him on the back straightaway. Kyle Cummins working down the racetrack here again. Crew's coming out doing quite a bit of work to the bottom side of the Speedway prior to the start of the feature event, trying to make sure it's there towards the end. High side still good over in turns 1 and 2, but everybody kind of fighting their way down to the bottom. We'll see how long it takes for the top to come back and play. High side still at play for your leader, especially Cummins. 1.646 seconds right now to the good. CJ Leary holds on to that second spot. Danner running in third. Thomas Meserol running in fourth. Mitchell Moles fifth. Last time around, he's still right there with the Mountain Mechanical Contractor number 57, Logan Seavey chasing. Justin Grant is seventh. Ricky Lewis, Jaden Rogers, Kevin Thomas Jr. right now your top 10. Track starting to shape up a little bit. C-drivers starting to move around in 3 and 4. Starting to go towards the top, towards the back of the field especially. See if they can get that cleaned off and really make it start to come into play as Cummins starts to find the back of the field. Reinbold, the first driver in line to potentially lose a lap here. In the meantime, battle for the second spot. Danner setting sights on CJ Leary. Leary hangs the Hoosiers onto the back straightaway, goes top shelf in 3 and 4. Danner tries to go by, not able to get there. High side working right now for the 53 through 3 and 4. Danner with a good drive though as they work onto the back straightaway. Leary with a better one. Gets that car reared up and rolling onto the back stretch, back around to the near side of the racetrack. He's got good momentum right now as Cummins has to contend with slower traffic. Caution stacked up. Exit turn number 4. KTJ is involved. Bacon is involved, and it looks like the 16 of Burns. So Kevin Thomas Jr., Brady Bacon, and Harley Burns all coming to a stop at the exit turn number 4. So they'll get Kevin Thomas Jr. clear from the scene. Now going to see if we can unlodge the 20 and the 16 here. Bacon, they're trying to get that car knocked out of gear. They will bounce the back of that car over here. So getting the 16 up on the hook. Christy, looks like front end damage for Burns.
Yeah, just basically a whole front end assembly that they're going to have to try to replace in the Indy Metal finishing work area for Harley Burns, who was involved in that incident there with Brady Bacon and Kevin Thomas Jr. Didn't see how that one started, but you can see as the 16 rolls by, that whole left side especially. Looks like the shock towers are intact, so that's the most important thing, as everything else is just bolt-on parts that they might be able to swap out if they have the time.
So down to the Indy Metal finishing work area. Thank you very much. So field continues to roll once the 16 gets down there. 60 seconds on the clock. So Cummins leads in 3. Bringing Novix Outdoors on board here for Sprint Week. Company based out of Evansville. You can check them out Novik's tree stands on the side of the number 3P, but on board here of the Avante Windows North Jugo Superfoods entry. Bringing a whole different wrap layout and theme here. In the Petty Performance Race at number 3P, CJ Leary in the 53 lines up at the second spot. Picking up a win earlier this year in Silver Crown competition, a Worldwide Technology Raceway. Winner here in the Sprintacular competition, 2021 and 2022. His 33rd eight-feature appearance here at Lincoln Park with the USAC Amsoil Sprint Car National Championship. Ricky Lewis also down in the Indy Medal finishing work area. And tough break for Ricky. Had been running in the 8th position. Briggs Danner in the 39 runs in the 3rd spot. Second here last year, best performance overall. In USAC National Sprint Car competition here at Lincoln Park as we get ready to go. Meserol and Mold round out your top 5. Single file through the NOS Energy start cam. We're back underway. Twisted up on the back straightaway, trying to keep pace with your leader. Danner trying to come after him. Teamez now. Moles trying to take advantage of the restart. Takes a look down on the inside of the Parts Authority. Number 24 slides it up through turns 1 and 2. He's going to bring Stevie along with them. Meserol going to lose 2 positions through turns 1 and 2 as we go back to the battle for second here. It's going to be Leary holding on to it. Briggs Danner not done with him, though. Tries to the inside. Couldn't get there fast enough. A little bit faster sideways than forward that time. That's going to allow the Fox Brothers number 53 to hold on to that second spot. But Danner is still there in the Hogue Racing Enterprise number 39. Moles in the meantime coming up on them. He has got Meserol back on his back bumper. Teamez it dropped 2. He's got one back. Able to get back around the 57 of Logan Seavey. Oh, Thomas, look out. Hooked the cushion a little bit there in the entry at turn number 3. Gets the car back underneath him just in the nick of time and is still able to stay ahead of the 57 for the time being. Work onto the far side of the racetrack. Leader in the meantime is set cruise control right now. Kyle Cummins absolutely buried up into the cushion. It's an all-you-can-eat buffet on the high side, and that right rear, he's letting it eat. And right now, he is absolutely running away. Gaggle and a battle going on for the 3rd spot. Everybody getting crossed up there for a second. Briggs Danner going to end up losing the spot to Thomas Meserol. Meserol able to sneak by on the 39. Mitchell Moles now throws the slide. He's going to take advantage of that. And they broke the momentum of Briggs Danner there off of turn number 2 last time around. Teamez up over the cushion. Keeps it from digging in and going for a ride. That allows Moles to close in. The Mesilla Valley Transportation number 19 on the back straightaway. Coming after the Lucas Oil Health Stir Farm number 24 into turns 3 and 4. Down to the inside. No, Teamez going to have it. Thomas Meserol holds on to it. Caution. Right as your leader was throwing sliders in traffic. 63 of Coons slow on the front straightaway and looks like issue on the right front. So Cale Coons getting tangled up with a cushion through turns 1 and 2. Talking with officials up here who had an eye on it and caused some damage at the front end, so he goes ahead and brings it to a stop. Fortunate he was able to keep the car under control enough to not end up piled up, so they will get the Indy Power Sports side-by-side down there, get the hook on him, and get him down to the independent finishing work area. Kyle Cummins, though, if you look up the definition of whooping so far, that's what he's doing. Had 4 seconds to the good, and he is absolutely hammered down into the cushion at both ends of this racetrack and just letting the car set sail. Leary holds on to second. Thomas Meserol, last restart, lost 2 spots. He's been able to regain that and more. He's up to 3rd. Mitchell Moles in 4th. Briggs Danner in 5th. Logan Seavey in 6th. Jaden Rogers in 7th. Jake Swanson in 8th. Justin Grant in 9th. Gavin Miller in 10th. Chase Stockin in 11th. Robert Ballou in 12th, Jack Hoyer in 13th, Hunter Schoenberg in 14th, Cale Coons have been running in 15th. That will be J.J. Yaley now. And problems for the 3R. Schoenberg, flat left rear Hoosier on the Rock City Racing entry, so he's headed down to the Indy Medal finishing work area. So work area time has begun. Robert Ballou so far is your Rod Supply hard charger. We'll see if he can keep the march going. Started 22nd. He's up to 12th. Cale Coons had been trailing him by 1 at 9. Stockin now up 8 positions. Gavin Miller up 5. Schoenberg having up 4 positions. Unfortunately having to go down into the Indy Metal finishing work area. Again, that Rod Supply hard charger, $200 here during Sprint Week competition. So crew's going to work trying to get the 3R back into the racing surface. Kyle Cummins, in the meantime, leads the way. Winner here in Indiana Sprint Week competition in 2019. Lincoln Park Speedway 30 last year in April, went to Victory Lane. And, of course, winner in the Sprintacular earlier this year. 25th A-feature appearance here at Lincoln Park. Issues last year, unfortunately, 26th place finish for Kyle Cummins in 2025. 9th last night at the dirt track of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. 27 starts, 7 wins with the series, 19 top 5s, 26 top 10s. Overall, 9 wins on the season. A couple of wins outside of USAC national competition. See if the 2022 Kokomo Speedway champion can get up and grab the win here tonight. Leary in the 53 Sprintacular wins in 2021 and 2022. Issues last year as well, ended up 20th. Come around to the NOS Energy start can just past the midpoint here in your feature event as we're backing away, 17 laps completed. Leary around the bottom trying to get driving back straight with a Cummins. That car balanced, going and rolling, just absolutely drives away on the restart. Picks up nearly 7/10 of a second there as they went back to green. Oh, Meserol tips her off of the back straightaway. Right on the back bumper, Leary, a little bit of a misstep, and that's going to cost him a handful of spots here as Mitchell Moles up into second, throws a slide in turns 1 and 2. Leary going to drive right back by. Leary able to retake the position. Mitchell Moles not done. Caution, Hobson. Slow outside turns 3 and 4. So Leary able to get back to the second spot before the caution came out. So confirming 19 laps completed. Cummins, Leary, Moles. 53 in the 19 AZ with a good battle going for the second spot. Danner in 4th. Seavey in 5th. Swanson in 6th. Meserol. Good restart. Just a little bit of a misstep at the exit. Turn number 2. Sailed him off of the back straightaway. A good scramble and a save to get it back on the racetrack. Unfortunately, cost him back to the 7th spot. Gavin Miller in 8th. Jaden Rogers in 9th. And Justin Grant rounding out your top 10. Stockin in 11th. Ballou in 12th. Hoyer in 13th. Yaley in 14th. Gunnar Setzer in 15th. Bacon in 16th. Kevin Thomas Jr. 17th. Bo Brandon 18th. Todd Moole 19th. And Hunter Schoenberg rounds out your top 20. Hobson heading down to the Indy Metal finishing work area. So caution lights remain on. Again, 60 seconds in the Indy Metal finishing work area. Hobson, the most recent visitor. Right rear packed full of mud on the number 77 machine. As they'll get him pointed back in the right direction, get him fired back onto the racing surface to the tail as the cause of the caution. See if we can get the 77 to refire. The Steel MBL Transport number 77 so far silent beneath the hood. So the right rear exchange, but unfortunately the car not wanting to refire, so they will clear him for the racing surface and he'll head back to the pit area. So Cummins in the 3. Gonna bring us back to green. Looking for his 8th series win of the season. See if he can hold on through the NOS Energy start can. Here we go. 11-lap dash to the finish. Leary continues to work the bottom of the restart here into turns 3 and 4. Goes to the high side. Mitchell Moll's going to go ahead and duck to the middle groove. They come around to the front straightaway. Able to get the run that time. Leary going to protect the inside through turns 1 and 2. The 19AZ about in his tire tracks here. Danner chasing them side by side. That'll be for the 5th spot. Comes the 5T of Swanson, the 57 of Logan Seavey. Seavey with the advantage to the outside. St. Enterprises rolls scaffolding. Dirt Roots Digital on the 5T working inside as Seavey has a good run up on the cushion. Going to pull right alongside the 39 of Briggs Danner. That's the fight for the 4th spot as they battle on in front of him for 2nd. Here comes Moles once again. Trying to come after C.J. Leary in that number 53 machine. So far, Leary able to fend him off here as we work into the closing laps. 23 in the books. And Kyle Cummins continues to run away. Oh, my contact further back. Timez got it sideways and cranked around on the cushion. And Danner, with nowhere to go, hopped right over the front of the 24 and just absolutely ripped the rear end out of the Keystone Cat number 39. So Timez sideways off of the cushion into the side of the 39. Damage will send him down into the Indian Metal finishing work area. And the rear end just getting ripped back. And all the go gone for the number 39. Meseral heading back to the pit area. He will bypass the Indian Metal finishing work area. The Indy Power Sports side by side will get the 39 up in the air. Christie able to get a look down at what's going on, and the rear end has seen better days on the number 39. Unfortunate circumstances.
So bad news for Briggs Danner. He's going to head to the Indy Metal finishing work area, but admittedly it will be a really tough fix. The housing on the rear end is broken, which is really difficult to fix in 1 minute or 60 seconds in the Indian Metal finishing work area. So really tough break there for Briggs Danner. Yeah, unfortunate a deal like that. There's no fix at all. The fix is actually swapping out the rear end. So a tough break to what was a really good night for Briggs Danner, riding in that 5th spot. Meseral also off of the racetrack. He was involved in that as he went into the side of the number 39. Cummins will lead. Leary in 2nd. Moles in 3rd. Seavey in 4th. Jake Swanson now going to line up the 5th spot. Jaden Rogers in 6th. Gavin Miller in 7th. Justin Grant in 8th. Stockin in 9th. And Robert Ballou now going to round out your top 10. So 7 laps remain. So coming to 1 to go this time when they make their way off of turn number 4. Cummins. '26 top 10s coming into tonight. You have to go all the way back to Winter Dirt Games to find the last time Cummins finished outside of the top 10 this season. In fact, it was the opening night of the year. So the picture of consistency and trying to grab one more here tonight. We're back underway. And the field fires. Leary this time actually able to hang just a little bit better, but still not able to get the run at the exit turn number 4 that Cummins gets. 6 laps to go. See if
Leary swaps his lineup and all here. Goes to the high side at turns 3 and 4. Going to bury it up on the cushion here around to the front straightaway. Moles likewise along with Seavey. Behind him, Gavin Miller trying to get one more. Coming after Jake Swanson with the 5th spot. Swanson up top, the 21AZ down to the inside. Good drive with the back straightaway. Enters the top 5. Question is, can he hold on to it? Right around the bottom side of the racetrack goes the 21. High side still better for the 5T. Swanson holds on to the position. Gavin Miller still right there. Roger Stock and Grant Ballou still your top 10. Closing laps coming up. Cummins took off lap number 27. Looking back at second, Leary with Mitchell Moles starting to close back in on him a little bit. Moles trying to get some momentum built up as we've got 2 to go. White flag coming next time. The Novix Outdoor. Avante windows and doors, number 3P going to come around this time. And lap coat's going to be displayed. Your USAC National Points leader on the kickoff to Indiana Sprint Week points here at Lincoln Park Speedway. Trying to start off with a strong showing, and it's going to be just that. Through turns 3 and 4, checkered flag greets the driver, the number 3P, Kyle Cummins, winner here at Lincoln Park. CJ Leary in second, Mitchell Moles third, Logan Seavey in fourth, Jake Swanson in fifth, Gavin Miller had it to the white, ends up in sixth, Jaden Rogers in seventh, Justin Grant, Chase Stock, and Robert Blue. Unofficially your top 10. Winner here in the last 2 years, the Lincoln Park 30, the Sprint-tacular earlier this year, but the last time he went to Victory Lane during Indiana Sprint Week here at Lincoln Park was in 2019. And they are rolling down into Victory Lane as he will pad the national points lead and he will kick off as the leader in Indiana Sprint Week points. In his 28th feature appearance, he'll grab his 8th win of the year, his 20th top 5, his 27th top 10 finish. In career start number 348, it's his 152nd top 5, his 235th top 10, and his 38th career victory with the USAC AMSOIL Sprint Car National Championship. They'll work on getting the safety gear off. And he will climb up top. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner here tonight in Putnamville. Give him a hand, Kyle Cummins. All too fitting with a tree stand sponsoring. Drew the bow back and let her fly. As he puts it in Victory Lane. Dons the hat, and Christy, he had her set on kill here tonight.
Virtually uncontested for your AMSOIL USAC National Sprint Car Series point leader. Kyle Cummins picks up yet another win at Lincoln Park Speedway, yet another win in 2026. Kyle, how much was this one just about precision and making sure you hit your marks every single lap?
Normally I don't get super excited. I'll be honest with you, I'm about as happy as I've won in a long time. That's the curb is wild here. It's I knew the first couple laps and there's a light over there that shines right on the top, and you lose the cushion there for a minute. And I wish they put a little damper on that. That'd really help things out. But it's just to hit your marks, to the way we set the car up, just to try to knead and be able to not have to kill the cushion, but knead on the cushion a little bit. And the guys did a great job. I wasn't sure how the track was going to work out. I put the exact same setup, so I didn't have to overthink it. That we won here last time. I just said just put the same thing, and we'll see what happens. But just all in all, I can't thank Jerry Petty with Avante windows and doors, enough. We got Novix tree stands on the car tonight, so it's pretty exciting. First points night or first real race tonight. I felt like last night I couldn't race hard. I felt like I was just like I didn't want to tear the car up for coming on to the week, and I felt like I was going to be dumb. I was back there in like 11th, so there's no sense in tear it up. So I just felt like I lost a little confidence, even though I knew I wasn't pushing it. But to come out here tonight and to qualify not so great, and then to a couple guys not make it, being 71 cars here, and put us on the front row. And I knew being on the front row it was going to be if I could get to the lead on the top. Last time I thought I paced. Once I got to the lap cars, I kind of paced. This time I felt like I was really pushing, and then we didn't get in lap traffic very much. So, just got to give it up to the Lord Jesus Christ, keeping everybody safe. Thanks to all the fans coming out. You got a ton of people out here. hope you just keep packing the stands every single night. Hope they keep packing the pits every single night. But everybody else, Eric Stanton's back here. He builds an unbelievable motor. Jugo Superfoods, got to keep my gummies up. Premier Recycling, Lucas Oil of Evansville, Bill Floyd, S&C Machine. There's just a ton of people. Lance with Lifestyle Homes and Apache Transport, Phil Rossi there. There's just a ton of people. But Jeff, to have the Novix on board this week with the different wrap. I don't even know if you can see the car up there, being behind the grass here. But it's a little darker scheme, but it's really cool to bring those partners in, and hopefully people buy some shirts, get a discount code, and buy some tree stands.
Talk about the racetrack a little bit. We had 71 race cars and 2 really incredible grooves all night long through all the heat races, all the mains, 30 laps of a main event here at Lincoln Park Speedway. Did it make it more challenging for you as a driver to have to choose which really good line you were going to run on?
A little bit. Tommy Estes, by the way, does an unbelievable job. Sunny, 71 cars, curb. It looked like you run the bottom, middle there a little bit. They do a phenomenal job here, and I wasn't sure before. I was glad they had a C and a B because the bottom was still pretty good down there, and it was going to make it a little bit harder. But by the time the B came around, it kind of was shaping up how it kind of does, and give it up to everybody. This was my arch nemesis last year. Every time I came here, I felt like I either crashed or spun out, or I just was like overthinking it. So now just to have some fun and got the rest of the week to see if we can knock off a couple more of these.
He's got his sights set on a Bridgeport rocker next week at Tri-State Speedway. That's Kyle Cummins, your winner of night number 2 of NOS Energy Drink Indiana Sprint Week, presented by K&N Filters.
CJ Leary finishing his best result for the year in the Fox 53. Now trading positions with Mitchell Moles. Now, how do you approach those restarts and knowing when exactly to go to the top?
Yeah, for sure. Kyle was just so good. He would just check out there after a couple laps. So hats off to that team. They've been killing it. We ran second for a long time, kind of unchallenged, and then I saw Mitchell kind of seemed like he was either sliding himself or floating in the middle in 3 and 4, and I kind of took his line away and started doing that for a little bit, then would transition back to the top and just try and make momentum around the top. But night and day difference for the 53 team. It feels good to be on the podium. Like I said, it's been a year of kind of struggles, bouncing around between cars, and I think Sprint Week here, racing every night in a row, is going to be really good for us. And can't thank Steve and Brad and Braden, CSI, DRC Chassis, just everybody that puts in work on this thing. I know Simpson's here right now shooting a quick Indiana Sprint video, so that's cool to have them here. And I got Zach and Amos and Christy's keeping us sane during this week. So it's my favorite week of the year for sure. There's a bunch of cars and a bunch of really good guys, and get to see a whole bunch of fans. So stop by the 410 merch trailer and pick up a new Charlie t-shirt.
CJ Leary having a great start for the Indiana Sprint Week. I'm going to send it back up to Brian.
Thank you very much. We see many of you hanging out. For those of you that may be making your way out, don't forget there will be fireworks once we wrap up here. They do have that set up down in the infield. Again, they will have a fireworks show once we wrap up. Let's go back down to Christy.
Mitchell Moles comes home third on your podium, and we've talked to you a whole bunch today. Picked up that Learn Lab Fast Qualifying Award. We talked to you for a pre-race, and you put together a really good run there from 6th all the way up to the 3rd position. Passing cars on this racetrack probably a little bit trickier, but not because the racetrack wasn't conducive for passing. What was it that made it a little bit tricky to get by cars on this surface?
Yeah, I think it just it builds a nice cushion, and it's carry a lot of speed around the top. Like I think CJ and Kyle started on the front row there. I had to start 6th, so good job to both of them, obviously. I had a line going, but it just everybody's running through there, and it's going away, and I didn't really get up. I think I only got up one time in 1 and 2, and 3 and 4 I got up and started making some speed, but I could never close on the guys. So proud of my team. If we can start 6th and run on the podium and run up front, I feel like we're doing something right, and we're just going to keep building on this, and hopefully this is a start to a good sprint week.
That's Mitchell Moles. He's 3rd on your podium. He was also your Learn Lab Fast qualifier tonight for night number 2 of Indiana Sprint Week.
Tonight's Rod and Supply hard charger, Robert Ballou, charging all the way up to 10th now. You won here last year. Crowd is enjoying it. Robert Ballou being our hard charger. You won here last year. You've won here multiple times. How do you use that notebook when trying to charge with the field?
I just missed it a tick qualifying, and I always am a little off qualifying, but tonight just thought it was pretty good, and it wasn't. And it obviously showed Mitchell was fast as the last car out. And so then I missed it in the heat race and got the sticker stuffed off me by Justin, and that then put me back to 20th. So we were able to put a show on for you fans, and we know that's what you spend your money for. but it's not where we really wanted to start. So, our sprint week's not dead in the water yet, but we're going to put our heads together, and we're going to some really good racetracks. And hopefully you guys come to all of them. Bring your fans. Got to thank Suburban Subaru, Deaton's Waterfront Service, DRC Chassis, Angler Machine and Tool, Amy Gardner Roofing, my mom for busting her butt in the T-shirt trailer, Jimmy Crawford, Jimmy Millar, Rick, my dad, everyone's just Todd putting their heart and soul into this thing, and we're just a little team that's trying to knock these big guys off. So we're just going to keep putting one foot in front of the other, and we'll see you tomorrow.
It's just the start of NOS Energy Drink Indiana Sprint Week presented by K&N. That is our hard charger, Robert Ballou. Once again, in third place, Mitchell Moles. Second, CJ Leary. And our winner tonight, Kyle Cummins.
Thank you very much. A rundown of your feature finish here tonight at Lincoln Park Speedway. Again, Kyle Cummins for the 8th time this season, a winner with the USAC Amsoil Sprint Car National Championship. CJ Leary in second, Mitchell Moles in third, Logan Seavey in fourth, Jake Swanson in fifth, Gavin Miller in sixth, Jaden Rogers in seventh, Justin Grant in eighth, Chase Stockton in ninth, Robert Ballou your top 10, Jack Hoyer in 11th, Brady Bacon in 12th, J.J. Yaley in 13th, Gunnar Setzer in 14th, Hunter Schoenberg in 15th, Kevin Thomas Jr. in 16th, Bo Brandon in 17th, Totten Moole in 18th, Hayden Reinbold 19th, and Briggs Danner in 20th. Thomas Meseral 21st, Tom Hobson 22nd, Cale Coons 23rd, Ricky Lewis 24th, and Harley Burns unofficially rounding out your field. As that'll wrap up action here tonight at Lincoln Park Speedway. We hope you can join us in person tomorrow up at Kokomo, but of course if you cannot, you can catch it all right here on FloRacing. Fireworks will be coming up here in just a little bit once we clear the front straightaway, get everybody back into their trailers and safely put away. And here in the FloRacing broadcast, we thank you for tuning in, and we thank you for being here in attendance tonight at Lincoln Park. On behalf of everybody with the United States Auto Club, Lincoln Park Speedway, and the crew with Studio 56, my name is Brian Holbert saying good night, good luck, and God bless.